Descent of the Adorable Baby Fox 1. Did you know? Reportedly some time ago our Bai family's first miss was having an affair with a stranger outside and that she was caught by the second miss red-handed during their act. To make it more scandalous, the first miss even turned the whole thing around and blamed her younger sister for framing her. Can you believe that? The second miss even cried on the spot when it happened. Speaking of the first miss, don't you think her fate's simply too good? Despite being a useless person, she still managed to become the fiancée of the second prince, yet she still cheated on His Highness when the prince didn't mind her uselessness. I know, right? It's bad enough granted she lost her chastity, but the lady even went and got herself pregnant. With all that ruckus going on outside, the royal family's face is practically dragged through the mud because of her. I also heard that in order to compensate His Highness, our Bai family had to betroth the second miss to him. And did you know? The second miss is so forgiving that she's trying to persuade His Highness into taking the first miss as an extra concubine. Tell me, as a woman who lost their chastity, do you think she is deserving to be the second prince's woman? Seated in her bed, Bai Yan gently caresses her still flat abdomen. Towards the boisterous discussion coming from the outside, there's no emotion in her eyes. Only the calm that can be found in a rippleless pond. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation 3 months ago when she first came to this world, a time where she's still unfamiliar with her environment. Her good stepsister Bai Ruo had arranged a very fine and ugly man for her without permission. Behold her desperate escape. Despite clawing her way out from under the vile man's grasp, she eventually failed to resist the aphrodisiac in her body and had to rely on a random man she found in the wild to relieve its effect. Even if there were only her alone in the forest by the time Bai Ruo arrived at the scene, the marks on the body were evident enough of what happened. In Bai Yan's mind, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes belonging to that stranger suddenly appeared, clouding her vision like a haze of fog. It's unsure if it's due to the drug or that it's too traumatic, but she simply couldn't remember the face of that man. Sister, a familiar voice pulls her back to reality. Raising her head, Bai Yan was welcomed by the figure of a handsome and elegant young man walking through the door. From the memories she inherited through the original host of this body, Bai Yan can tell the boy was called Bai Xiao, her younger brother. Born of the same mother, he's the only person left in this world whom she cared for. Years ago, after their biological mother Lan Yu passed away, their birth father Bai Zhengxiang immediately raised one of his concubines' status into the main wife. As a result, that woman named Yu Rong and her 2 daughters, Bai Ruo and Bai Ji, instantly rose over Ban Yen and her brother in terms of status within the family. If not for their mother's maiden family, the Lan household still being around to act as deterrents, the 2 of them, mere orphans at that point, would have been left with nowhere else to go. However, all things will change following the passage of time. Nowadays there aren't a single soul left who still remembers the main reasoning behind the Bai family's success had in large been due to the Lan family's support. Back then the chief of the Lan family had refused to let his daughter marry into the Bai family because the man had already taken in several concubines under his name. Sadly, Lan Yu threatened to sever their father and daughter relationship, thus forcing Lord Lan into agreement. In order to not allow Lan Yu suffer any grievances in this marriage, the Lan family had prepared a wedding dress that stretched over 10 lees in length, leading to a sensation across the city. Then to top things off, the Lan family also broke their coffer to purchase countless medicinal pills to act as dowry for Lan Yu. But who would have guessed things would turn out so horribly not long after? Unable to resist the sweet honeying words of her husband, the foolish woman went as far to submissively give away those precious medicines that her own family gave her. As a result of this endeavor, Bai Zhengxiang was able to directly break into the sky rank with the aid and propelled his Bai family into a first-rate noble household. It can be said the prestigious status of the current Bai family was the result of Lan Yu's sacrifice. If Bai Yan herself, the current her, can feel such outrage, it's not hard to imagine how angry Lord Lan must have been over the years to go as far as to distance himself from his daughter. Simply said, the man had truly been hurt by his own flesh and blood. Sister. Bai Xiao appears to be struggling to speak. Don't be too sad, it's the second prince's loss for breaking off the marriage with you. I've long noticed the unusual gazes coming off of Bai Ruo and the second prince. The relationship between them can't be normal. Descent of the adorable baby fox. 2. Finding only silence from her sister for so long, Bai Xiao assumed it's due to the sadness revolving the recent events. Why do you say it's the second prince's loss when everyone believes it's I who betrayed him? A laugh nearly escaped her mouth. I trust you. No way my sister would betray him, so that leaves me to believe you must have been framed. The boy's expression was firm as he spoke in a vicious tone. If I find out who that person is, I will definitely not let them off. Bai Yan's heart trembled at that statement, for an inexplicable feeling was starting to form in her heart. In the past life, she herself was the descendant of an ancient Chinese martial art family. As such, she's been instilled with the concept of becoming strong since her childhood. And in order to meet that demand, she deserted her friends and family to reach that goal. In the end, she lost her life alone at the hands of a lightning strike from the heavens during her efforts to refine a 9th-rank Dan pill. Now that she's able to get a new lease on life again through great difficulty after having her soul extinguished and body destroyed, she's not going to repeat the same mistake as she did during her past life. Family and friends will supersede her pursuit for power this time. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Oh yes. Rummaging through his pocket, the young boy then pulls out a small coin purse and placed it in her hands. You are now pregnant, so your body needs nourishment. These banknotes are for you. Squeezing the coin purse, Bai Yan's heart ached at the sensation in her fingers. Where did you get this money from? I pawned the jade pendant that mother left me when she was still alive. That's when Bai Yan's heart clenched even tighter. Don't be fooled by their glorious appearance on the outside. In reality, the Bai family would frequently deduct their monthly allowances, and even Lan Yu's dowry were now in stepmother Yu Rong's hand. As it so happens, these two siblings are also quite stubborn in their personalities. They knew their mother had thoroughly disappointed their maternal grandfather. No matter how much suffering they endured, neither siblings would seek out the Lan family for help. It didn't help either when the Lan family was overconfident in their assumptions. They believed the Bai family wouldn't maltreat the two siblings. Besides, their mother's dowry alone was enough for the pair to live out their lives in luxury. But in reality, while Yu Rong's daughters gets to drape themselves in fine clothes and eat exotic delicacies, Bai Yan and her brother on the other hand had to starve on regular intervals. The most laughable part was that Bai Zhenxiang didn't even know how to do business, while Yu Rong was a massive spender. During these years, the expenses incurred by the Bai family were all funded by Lan Yu's dowry. As for Bai Zhao's jade pendant, it's the only item left for him by Lan Yu as a memento in which he kept hidden all these years. If he hadn't concealed it so deeply, it's likely that their stepmother Yu Rong would have taken it away long ago too. While all kinds of thoughts were running through Bai Yan's mind, a maidservant had pompously entered the premise without permission, thus interrupting the siblings' conversation. Miss, the madam is seeking your audience. Sister. Bai Xiao hastily grabs her hand, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, I will be fine. Bai Yan comforts her brother by patting Bai Xiao on the hand. Giving him a meaningful wink, she then headed towards the doorway. In an instant, a majestic and imposing aura radiates out of the young lady. Her alluring red dress spread far and wide, her icy cold eyes sharp and dangerous. Following each of her step, the maidservant would have a harder time breathing, like something has clutched onto her throat. Don't forget, you are merely a servant here. Even if I'm not in favor, I'm still a master of the Bai residence. Not asking me for my permission to enter my chamber is akin to disrespecting me, thus I am in my right to have you beaten to death. The maidservant's face turned ashen with fright. She had signed the slavery contract, therefore even if the master wanted to kill her, she would have no choice but to die. Due to Bai Yan being too timid previously, the maid had become complacent around her and forgot this crucial fact. Lead the way. The young lady's tone was cold and detached, making her unquestionable. Yes, milady. No longer daring to act out of place, the maidservant understands well enough that even if the one in front of her had a bad reputation, the lady had every authority to punish a servant. Blankly staring at the retreating figure's back, Bai Xiao got the aching nudge in the back of his head that her elder sister have changed over these past few months. She's stronger, more reliable, and enough to put his mind at ease. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Descent of the Adorable Baby Fox 3. When Bai Yen entered the main room, there were already others inside, mainly her stepmother Yu Rong and a silver-haired old lady. The old woman obviously wasn't of the Bai family. Instead, it's Yu Rong's biological mother and Bai Zhenxiang's aunt. 10 years ago, old Madam Yu had intended to let her nephew, Bai Zhenxiang, marry Yu Rong to increase their family bond, but the man disliked the fact that his cousin couldn't bring more to the table. To remedy the situation, the man only allowed Yu Rong to enter his Bai family as a concubine while Bai Zhenxiang took Lan Yu as his main wife. Then once Lan Yu passed away, the heartless scumbag immediately raised Yu Rong's status into his main wife. To make things more despicable was how easily he invited the old madam into their house after Yu Rong repeatedly pleaded to him with her tears. Nowadays, Bai Zhenxiang literally treats the old madam like his own mother, with filial piety and respect. Like daughter like mother. If Yu Rong was such a heavy spender, old madam you can't be all that thrifty either. Over the years, most of the Lan family's dowry have been expended at their hands, leaving hardly any left at this point. Bai Yen, be honest and quickly confess. Who is the adulterer? Old Madam Yu tilts her head high, her manner of speech haughty and arrogant like someone interrogating a convict. And what does that have to do with you? Bai Yan's lip curved in a shallow smile, her eyes cold as she gazed at the old woman seated before her. Insolent! Old Madam Yu angrily slaps the table next to her. I am your maternal grandmother, so of course I have the right to know who your adulterer is. My maternal grandmother? My maternal grandmother is in the Lan family right now. As for you, you are merely Bai Ruo and Bai Ji's grandmother. Now quit adding gold to your own face. You! The old woman's face was starting to distort due to anger. Nothing but a wild child without a mother. What qualifications does she have to be so arrogant in front of me? Mother, please calm your anger. Yu Rong quickly came over to soothe her mother's back. Looking back at the girl, Bai Yen, the truth is I called you over today to tell you some good news. Someone is willing to take you as their concubine so long as you abort your child. So, in your opinion, the eldest daughter of the Bai family is only fit you be someone's concubine? Bai Yen closes in on the two, her voice carrying a trace of frost. Grunting, the old madam rebuts her. You are but a lowly wench who lost her virginity at this point. What right do you have to be picky? I'm telling you, the old one from the Qian family is willing to offer up a genuine third-grade spiritual Dan pill for your betrothal gift. Now that there's a man willing to take you, what right do you have left to choose? Bai Yen narrows her eye. I've heard the master of that Qian family is already over 50 years old, and that his temperament is brutal and ruthless. According to what I know, his concubines are constantly dying under shady circumstances. Are you intent on having me throw away my life? The Qian family was also one of the 4 aristocratic families in the city, but their reputation was mostly gained through their vicious cruelty. It's said that if a woman enters the Qian household, the only way out would be as a corpse. You stinkin' lass, our Bai family fed you and raised you for so many years, shouldn't you at least return some of it? Let me tell you the truth then, my son has reached the lower level of the earth rank and requires a genuine spiritual pill to break through. So, this time you can only marry into the Qian household as a concubine. Bai Yen had long known these people are shameless, but she never expected them to be of this extent. Sneering, first, your surname is Yu, not Bai. If others hear you, they might presume you are the old mistress of our Bai family. Secondly, what does it have to do with me if your son needs a spiritual pill? How does it relate to me, and why should I sacrifice myself for your Yu family? Thirdly, you mentioned about the Bai family having to raise me since I was young, but this Bai household only reached its current status because of my mother. Heck, even the dress you are wearing right now comes from my mother's dowry. Livid with anger, old Madam Yu starts to tremble all over after being reprimanded so openly. Treasured fox soon to be born. 3. When Bai Yen entered into the main room, she saw that aside from Yu Rong, there is a silver-haired old lady beside her. The old lady isn't the matriarch of the Bai family, instead, it is Yu Rong's biological mother and also Bai Zhenxiang's aunt. 10 years ago, the old Madame Yu intended to let her nephew marry Yu Rong, but Bai Zhenxiang couldn't afford to give up on his home. Thus she let Yu Rong to enter the Bai household as a concubine, while Lan Yu was married as the main wife. After Lan Yu died, Yu Rong became the main wife. As Bai Zhenxiang couldn't bear seeing Yu Rong tearfully complains about the rumors concerning her, he invited old Madame Yu to reside within the Bai household, letting it known as if an act of filial pity to the mother-in-law. To have Yu Rong as her daughter, old Madame Yu wasn't frugal at all. The Lan family dowry that had been sent when Lan Yu had married into the Bai household, they had been spent years ago by the people who was left behind. Bai Yen, be honest and quickly confess, who is the man that defiled you? The old lady snapped at her arrogantly, as if asking a prisoner. Who are you? Bai Yen's lips curved in a shallow smile. Her eyes gazed coldly at old Madame Yu who was seated in front of her. Impudent. Old Madame Yu angrily snapped a hand on the top of the table. I am your grandmother. Who is the person that defiled you? What is the name of the man? My maternal grandmother? My grandmother is the Lan matriarch. You are merely the matriarch of Bai Ruo and Bai Ji and nothing more. You, the old lady's face distorted, a wild child without a mother, what qualifications did she have to be haughty in front of her? Mother, cool off your anger. Yu Rong quickly stroked the old woman's chest, then looked at Bai Yen. Bai Yen, in fact I asked for you today is to tell you about a good news. Someone didn't mind that you are with child, and he intends to marry you as a concubine. In your opinion, the eldest daughter of the Bai family could only fit to be a concubine. Bai Yen said to the two women with a voice traced with coldness. The old lady quickly rebutted with anger. You crazy lowly wench, daring to be picky? I'm telling you, in order to marry you as a concubine, the Qian family had prepared a bunch of genuine third-grade spiritual pills for your betrothal gifts. Now that there is a man who is willing to ask for your hand in marriage, you should feel grateful. What qualifications do you have to choose? Bai Yan's eyes narrowed and her pupils filled with coldness. I've heard that the master of Qian family is already over 50 years old, his temperament is ruthless, and his concubine always dies under shady circumstances. Do you intend on having me throw my life away? The Qian family is also a part of the 4 aristocratic families, however they are also known to be vicious. It is said that if a woman entered into the Qian household, she will be killed silently without any repercussion. You, loathsome girl, we the Bai household had been feeding you for so many years, shouldn't you also give in and sacrifice? To tell you the truth, my son has reached the lower ranks of the earth rank and requires genuine spiritual pills to break through. So this time, you need to marry the Qian household as a concubine. Bai Yen had known that these people are shameless, but she didn't expect that they'd be shameless to this extent. She sneered, First, your family is not the Bai household. If heard by people who don't know any better, they may presume that you are the matriarch of the Bai household. Second, your son needed a sacrifice, and how is that related to me? Why should I sacrifice myself for your Yu family? Third, you mentioned about Bai family having raised me since little, but this Bai household reached their current reputation is because of my mother. Even the dress you wore, isn't it also bought with my mother's dowry? Treasured fox soon to be born, 4. As expected of a bastard child lacking the upbringings of a mother. My son is your maternal uncle, what's wrong with sacrificing a little bit for him? For someone like you who isn't chaste nor clean, now that someone is actually willing to have you, you should be secretly happy. She hadn't managed to scold to her heart's content, so she didn't even realize that Bai Yan's surrounding temperature had dropped so low, then coldly stated, But, you and your sly mother seem to have the same revolting behaviors. The whole person is filled with strong foul smell. Firstly, you seized the prince, and is now involved with matters which had offended the public morals. Plus, you would even be so heartless towards your own relatives. Wait till your father comes back, I'll immediately have him beat you to death. Bai Yen raised the corner of her mouth, quietly listening as the old Madame Yu continued to reprimand her, staring at her with a pair of ice-cold eyes. Those eyes contained a surging murderous intent, as if it could burst forth at any moment. Mother, don't say any more. Yu Rong feigned persuasion. She then turned towards Bai Yen again. Yenner, as a relative, one ought to mutually help each other. Your uncle needs help, how could you not help? Besides, you father dislikes people who are cold and heartless. In the past, Bai Yen cares the most about Bai Zhenxiang, this father. Yu Rong would always made use of Bai Zhenxiang's name to pressure her, making her agree to anything. She would even be willing to hide the matters of her suffering, harsh treatments at the Bai house. She didn't even reveal a single word. But the current her is no longer the previous Bai Yen. As relatives, one ought to mutually help each other. These spoken words, that's right. You family is after all your Yu Rong's relatives. It has nothing to do with me. You can let Bai Ruo or Bai Ji be married off. Surely they don't wish to be a cold and ruthless person. Yu Rong's face distorted. Towards her sweet coaxing manner of talking, she actually have the cheeks to refuse? Moreover, she made use of Bai Zhenxiang's name to pressure her. It's unexpectedly not effective? Presumptuous. Old Madame Yu fiercely glared. My Jier is only 12 years old. You would actually let a 12 years old to marry off to a 60 years old man as a concubine? How could you suggest such malicious things? You're really no different from that poisonous mother of yours. In the eyes of the old madam, Lan Yu is the most malicious person. If not for that woman, her daughter wouldn't become a concubine for so many years. Bai Yen suddenly had the urge to laugh. Bai Ji is just 12 years old, but as for her, she's just 17 years old. Aren't they both young maiden all the same? Letting Bai Ji be married of as a concubine is considered malicious, so just what she ought to be? As for Ru, old lady Yu coldly snorted, which part of you could compete with Ru? In a few days, she'll soon be married to second prince as the imperial concubine. A pregnant but unmarried woman like you even dared to suggest that Bai Ruo is to be married off as a concubine to an old man? Someone as selfish as you, who would let their sisters be married off as concubines. What qualifications do you have to act like the honorable young miss of the household? Bai Yen had learned about something useful. This old Madame Yu is quite talented. She could even turn black into white. Otherwise Bai Zhenxiang wouldn't have preferred trusting his mother-in-law rather than his own daughter. I'll reaffirm once more, I, Bai Yen, will absolutely not be married off as a concubine. After Bai Yan's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire room became suffocating, as if compressed by a heavy pressure. Her gaze was similarly like a sharp blade, coldly shooting a glance towards Yu Rong and old Madame Yu. Yu Rong's breathing turned sluggish for a moment. This smelly girl's imposing manner, when did it turn so powerful? This must be my own imagination. Bai Yen is merely a waste, nothing more. Slowly relaxing her tone, she wanted to drag Bai Yen for a berating by the old madam. Yu Rong slowly stood up, then calmly walked towards Bai Yen. Bai Yen, tonight, there will be people from Qian family coming to receive you. Even if you're not willing, you'll still have to be the concubine of the old master of Qian family. She raised her head high, seemingly aloof and remote. There was no trace of the previously fake gentleness. Descent of the adorable baby fox. 5. No one can force me into matters that goes against my will. Expressionless, Bai Yen beams with ice in her eyes. Sneering, Yu Rong contemptuously replies, I know you are thinking that your destiny is unfair. That's why you are so opposed to the idea. After all, your former fiancé will soon be taking my daughter as his wife. The status between the two of you now can be described as one in the heavens and the other on the ground. Truth is, if not for your maiden family, do you think the king would bestow a marriage between you and the second prince? Or do you actually believe you can compete with my daughter Ruo? My daughter is well educated, gifted with talent, and very sensible. Only she can be the royal concubine of the prince. And someday in the future, my Ruo will rule the nation as its queen mother while you can only look up to her in the dust. My Ruo is so excellent and wonderful, how can this girl even think about comparing herself? What a joke. I actually think your one and only use is to exchange yourself for a third-grade spiritual pill. In order to express our gratitude for your efforts, I will even let you catch a glimpse of the product after I receive it. Otherwise, A garbage like you wouldn't have a chance to see such a thing in your entire lifetime. Bai Yen sneered at the laudable statement. In her previous lifetime she could even refine an 8th grade Dan pill, let alone some measly 3rd grade? If you called me over today only to say these things, then I ought to advise you to save some energy. Faintly sweeping a glance over the despicable pair within the room, however, the matters of today, I Bai Yen, will definitely engrave this in my mind. When the time comes, I'll have each and every one of you pay the price. When the time comes. Disdain filled the old madam's face, for there wouldn't be another day once this girl enters the Qian family. After tossing her statements out there, Bai Yen confidently turns away from those in the room. She didn't look back, leaving only a trail of red behind her under the afternoon sun. Back inside her own place, Bai Yen was currently sitting on her bedside with her legs crossed. If anyone were to see her now, they will immediately notice a faint yellowish thread of energy flowing into her body. A color trait of those in the yellow rank of their cultivation. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. 3 months and I'm only at the advanced yellow rank. This speed is simply too slow. If only I can refine some medicinal Dan pills right now, then I can change my physique and increase my speed by several folds. Then again, the former Bai Yan's rank was only a bit stronger than an average person, even weaker than that of a servant here whose usual rank are at the lower yellow rank. As to why she's able to reach the advanced yellow rank, it's all due to her diligent effort within these past few months. The sky soon darkens, and the night turns quiet. Not long after, a series of rustling sound came from the outside. Bai Yen knows this was the signal of the Qian family arriving for her. Sure enough, 2 servant girls came in through the door, their faces cold. "Follow us." She didn't speak, only slowly walking out the room in an unhurried manner where there's already a sedan in wait. Not resisting their urge to board, Bai Yen proceeded to step inside as the servant girls promptly closed the sedan door behind her. Just like that, the entourage then quickly sped towards the Qian house without a single master fighter to escort them, because it's a well-known fact that Bai Yen was a weakling and had no way to resist. Perhaps they are afraid of being discovered, but the streets they passed through were the most remote in the city. Therefore, when a loud banging sound broke out, no one in the public managed to take notice. Dusts and smoke were riled up everywhere as the sedan heavily dropped to the ground. What's going on? The porters were stunned for a moment by the suddenness of it all, but they soon came back to their senses enough to check on the passengers inside. To their horror, the maids that were supposed to be on guard duty inside were all left unconscious. The only one still awake was the young lady lazily popping her against the hand. Towards that face with a set of graceful black hair flowing down her shoulders, only the phrase, soul-stealing, can be used to describe that beauty. Descent of the adorable baby fox. 7. Can someone please tell her why the baby she gave birth to was a hairless fox? Furthermore, how can a newly born fox tug at her clothes and cry mommy? It's one thing to give birth to a fox, but to able to speak too? It can't be that someone was trying to take advantage of her lack of education now? Who are you? After trying oh so hard to speak, Bai Yen finally pressed these words out of her mouth. Mommy, baby hungry. Super cute and clean in his gaze, the baby fox eyed her pathetically in order to win his mother over. Originally, Bai Yen was still being depressed over the fact that she gave birth to a fox, but against that sort of adorable face, even her heart was melting. Baby hungry, Milky. Slowly crawling up from below, the baby fox leisurely pulled open Bai Yan's chest area and started suckling in comfort. Yours. Burping, the baby fox ends the session with this and took to closing its cute little eyes for sleeping. Apparently, the child had no qualms about napping in his mother's embrace. Seeing the little guy snoozing away so peacefully in her bosom, Bai Yan's heart became touched. You are my child that I carried for 10 months alone. No matter who you are, I will protect you for a lifetime as my son. State teacher, state teacher. Note, the pinyin for the title is Guesher, it means teacher of the state. Personally, I don't know too much about this post, but in dramas they are usually the one the king turns to when there's some sort religious or superstitious stuff going on. Inside a luxurious palace, one girl was quickly running towards a man currently gazing at the stars, her face full of excitement. Just now did all the animals kneel in worship? If even the animals of our demon realm are affected, does that mean I have a nephew now? Looking at the young girl with a smile, the man carrying the state teacher title replies, Princess, the place I sent the king to is the land in which our queen will appear. I did not tell the king before, but it seems your brother has found the queen on his own. As for this commotion, I take it the next king of our demon realm is now born into this world. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation all because of a single prophecy, claiming he cannot conceive unless it's that predestined woman. The king has never married nor taken a concubine over the years. But despite the long wait, that predestined person never came. Then things finally began to move not long ago when stars started to show signs of change. As the state teacher, the man here would naturally take notice of the movement. Using the stars as a guide, he eventually managed to calculate the exact location of the queen's coming, thus the reasoning for him to toss the king out. This is too great. My royal brother can finally say farewell to his long-standing life as a virgin. Jumping up and down with excitement, the girl grabs onto the man's arm like a spoiled brat. State teacher, send me over to the outside world too. I want to see my cute little nephew. Princess, I only managed to send the king over because I took advantage of the seal's weakened state. If you want to go out too, then I will need to first find the right timing. The man helplessly smiles, his eyes full of doting emotions. Spitting out her tongue playfully, fine, when you find the opportunity you must let me go find my royal brother and my lovely little nephew. Perhaps it's due to the birth of her nephew, the little princess didn't tangle onto the man like she usually does. Instead, she turns back at the direction in which she came from. Unfortunately for the princess, she didn't get out far before her path was blocked by a winsome figure. What are you doing? She asks, unhappy at the interference. Princess, did the king really go look for that woman? The owner of that seductive voice was a gorgeous woman akin to a rose. She is my royal brother's destined wife. If my royal brother doesn't go look for her, then is he supposed to look for you instead? The princess angrily states this, her face grumpy and dark. Descent of the adorable baby fox. 8. The woman was rather disdainful. It's but a prophecy. I won't believe His Majesty wouldn't be able to produce a child if he marries another woman. Though her mind says that, her heart cannot help but be flustered at the huge movement from earlier. If you got nothing else, then move aside. My royal brother will never like a cheap product like you. After leaving this statement, the princess swung to one side and walked away, leaving behind only the livid-looking woman in the back. At the same time, somewhere else in the second prince's manor, Bai Ro, stepsister, was heavily panting on the bed after making a loud, painful scream. Raising a hand, she dismisses the servants and left only a single maid with her. Lure, you go spread the word that I had a premature birth, and say it's thanks to the heavens that both child and mother is safe. Prior to her marriage, Bai Ruo had already become pregnant with child. The father would of course be the second prince himself, but such things cannot be made public. Therefore, they can only claim it's a premature birth to cover up the scandal. Yes, your grace. Lua reaffirms the order by repeating it. Oh yes, your ladyship, just now a miraculous event occurred outside. Because of it, everyone is still in shock. What miraculous event? I heard all the animals in the world were kneeling in worship at our kingdom's direction. All animals prostrating on the ground? Bai Rua's eye lit up, her lips curving into a smile. Lua, go spread another rumor on top of the first. Say the reasoning for the odd behavior of the animals are due to my baby's birth. The world belongs to one when the animals are prostrating at once. Such conditions, how can I not take advantage of it? Besides, Lure already said it, the direction the animals aimed at is our kingdom. Who knows, maybe it's really meant to worship my baby. As a lowly maid, this servant known as Lure knew far too well this wasn't the time to be asking questions. Respectfully replying, yes, your grace, I will go right away. With the maid gone and only her left in the big empty room, Bai Ruo simply couldn't conceal her sinister laugh anymore. So what if you are the main daughter of the Bai family? So what if you are the granddaughter of the Lawn House? In the end, your status, your position, your all belongs to me now. Even my son is now more noble than yours. This translation is only hosted on Translation. My son is not only the royal grandson of the king, he's also now the recipient of 1,000,000 worship from the animals. As for you, your reputation is in ruins and only infamy remains for you and your bastard child. Ha ha ha. This life, you will never be able to compare with me. 5 years later, somewhere on an island in the middle of a lake, there stood a dainty-looking cabin of bamboo construction with a woman inside. Asleep, the occupant was dazzling to the eye under the peaking glow from the windowsill. Suddenly, the woman can feel a disturbance against her cheek. A fluffy tail. Fluttering her eyelids at first, she then shot them open to a frightful scene. Jumping up, the woman angrily calls out, "Bai Shachen, you come out this instant." Filled with foxes in every nook and cranny, there are no room left to move inside this dainty little home. Even her body had been permeated with the stench of the animals. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. The so-called father. 3. Old madam, you did not expect this girl to be even more stubbornly hateful after 6 years of absence. Immediately, she broke out into a cry. What have I done to deserve this, to have worried for this cold-hearted wolf for so many years? Zheng Xiang, since your own daughter won't allow me to stay here, then should I leave? Bai Zhengxian had always been very filial towards this aunt of his to the point that it's no different from a biological mother. Therefore, hearing the old lady's crying voice, his temper immediately flared open. Kneel before your grandmother. He stomped at his daughter's knee in an attempt to make her bend, only to miss completely when Bai Yen sidestepped to one side. Coming up empty, the rage only grew doubled. Bai Yen, you don't have to apologize to me today, but no matter what, you must give your mother and grandmother here an apology. I want to see you kneeling on the floor until they forgive you. Bai Zhengxiang, if I say 6 years ago it's they who framed me and nearly sold me to the old chief of the Qian house as a concubine, would you still force me to apologize? That's deliberate. She wanted to see how ruthlessly cold this man can be and to what extent. But the reply Bai Yen got next only realized the old cruel saying of a stepdad will come once there's a stepmom. Bai Yen, oh Bai Yen, I am too disappointed in you. How can there be such a vicious person like you in this world? Yu Rong is so kind, yet you have the audacity to say she framed you? They loved you like their own daughter and granddaughter, but in the end you repay them with this ungrateful attitude. Bai Zhengxiang's eyes were full of disappointment. To tell the truth, when he heard Bai Yen had returned today, his heart did have a glimmer of hope. If only she kneeled and admitted her mistake, he would have forgiven her. Unexpectedly, this girl not only refused to repent, she also wants to frame others as an excuse. Someone come, go get me the disciplinary rod. His face dark as he sternly spoke, Bai Yen, I'm hitting you for your own good, otherwise you will never know how to repent. Bai Yan's gaze turned icy cold. I like to see who will dare touch me. Her imposing aura causes even the guards to stiffen up at the doorway, let alone Bai Zhengxiang that's closest to the epicenter of the pressure. The man almost couldn't breathe there for a moment. What are you people lagging there for? Go and get me the disciplinary rod. I'm going to teach this ungrateful girl a lesson today. Only after much struggle did he manage to shout this out. Just when the guard wanted to carry out the order by retreating, a snowy white-dressed boy blocks his path. Bai Xiao, why did come? The man was still angry, but his expression clearly became better upon the boy's entry into the hall. The youngster didn't reply, only walking silently inside to Bai Yan's side like his entire being was shrouded inside a layer of frost. You stated before that you would expel her from the Bai house. That means you can't use the family disciplines against her. Ever since her brother appeared again in her life, Bai Yan's gaze have never wavered by the boy's location. In her view, the young naive boy from back then had changed. He's colder and more distant. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Visitor from the lawn house. So, Bai Zhao's gaze gradually turned cold. Out of worry, grandfather and uncle, they gave all of the precious Dan pills to mother. But then mother, she did the unthinkable and gave it all to father. In order to buy those Dan pills, the lawn house not only depleted their coffer, They also used many of their properties as collateral for the loans. If their uncle could have used those pills to make a breakthrough back then years ago, then the lawn house would never have fallen so far. In the end, they paid the high price only to benefit the heartless Bai Zhengxiang. And how did grandfather get sick recently? Bai Yan makes a slight frown as she asked this. When it came to this topic, Bai Zhao's face turned even colder to the point a flare of anger could be seen in the irises. Of course it's caused by Bai Zhengxiang. This time the boy didn't even use the word father, and directly used the man's name, indicating how angry he was. This translation is only hosted on Catranslation. Ever since the death of our mother, grandfather's health has been getting worse and worse. Then 6 years ago you disappeared too, worsening his condition even more due to worry. Finally, some time ago our cousin girl got into a quarrel with Bai Ji. They both got hurt, but Bai Zhengxiang indiscriminately rushed over to the lawn house and made grandfather accountable for the incident. Unable to withstand the anger, he fainted away by the end of it. According to Bai Yan's memory, she remembers her grandfather was already in poor health when she left. If what Bai Xiao said was true, then these repeated blows to the spirit and mind can definitely cause enough harm to make the elders sick to the bed. Otherwise, Bai Zhengxiang wouldn't have the audacity to make trouble in the lawn house if grandfather was in perfect health. Considering the lawn house's wealth, purchasing some Dan pills shouldn't be an issue. So why did it take them so long to recover from that financial blow? Stroking her chin, Bai Yan finally revealed the doubt in her heart. Towards that question, Bai Xiao can only shake his head. The specifics are unknown to me. Why don't we go see grandfather and find out? Unlike back when they were young, Bai Xiao didn't continue to distance himself from the lawn house during these 6 years. Rather, he would often visit their grandmother daily. Okay, let's do that, Bai Yan nodded. As coincidental as it seems, just when they are about to head for the other place, the lawn house too sent a person over after getting wind of Bai Yan's return. At this very moment, an old granny sits in the main hall of the residence. Gently placing the teacup down, she spoke. My old madam is after all her maternal grandmother. Are you people so shameless that you are going to stop their reunion? Stern and strong in her voice, the old granny's statement causes Bai Zhengxiang to gently furrow his brow. Truthfully, it's as the old woman said. He does not want his children to mingle with the lawn house too much, or at all for that matter. Because of this issue, he had beaten Bai Xiao once before for visiting that side on a daily premise a while ago. Bai Yan has just returned. I fear she won't be able to leave with you for... Before he could even finish his last word, the magnificent figure in question had waltzed into the hall, pushing whatever he wanted to say back down his throat. This obviously left Bai Zhengxiang in a very embarrassing position. You were sent by our grandmother to pick me up? If so, then let us go. I wouldn't want her to wait. As if not seeing her father's very existence, Bai Yan bypasses the man and walks up to the old granny's side, startling the old woman in the process. This wasn't the first time this old granny of the lawn house had come to pick up the girl, but every time in the past she was firmly rejected, unlike today. So why the sudden change of heart? Bai Yan. Bai Zhengxiang flew into a fit of rage. Don't forget, a married daughter is a splashed-out water. Your mother married me, so she is my wife. And you and Bai Xiao are of my blood, making the lawn house outsiders, you hear? Without my permission, you're not going anywhere. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. 4th grade Dan Pill, 1. Mother. At this moment the woman standing beside the old lady's side spoke up, her smile gentle and kind. Bai Yan had just returned, so it's best I go prepare the room instead. I fear the servants won't do a very good job. Okay, Rulin, this matter will have to trouble you. The old lady turns around again. Bai Yan, this is your aunt. I speculate you aren't familiar with her yet since you haven't visited us over the years. You also have 3 other cousins, so I will introduce them when they come. Understanding this, Bai Yan promptly turns to Dong Rulin to meet the woman's friendly reception. Bai Yan, your grandfather must be losing his patience right now. First let me take you over to him. The old lady once again pats her hand to reassure the girl. Not saying anything extra, Bai Yen allowed her grandmother's trembling body to pull her inside the wing under the guidance of a maid. Currently inside, a sickly old man now leans against the wall behind the bed, his gaze glaring over to the side where a handsome man now stands. "What, you want to see that stinking lass too? If so, then why aren't you scramming over there yet? My old bones here don't need you to look after me, humph." The man became somewhat embarrassed by the hollering. "I am her uncle, and she is my niece. Now that my niece has returned after disappearing for so long, it's only natural that I go see her. Besides, who's the one that keeps peeking at the doorway after Granny's son took off? As if I would care about that blasted girl. Did you forget that girl never even came to visit our home nor see me all these years? And then she went and got herself pregnant before marriage. Okay, fine, even if the Bai house don't want her, then she could have came to us. It's not like our lawn house is so poor that we can't take care of a pair of orphans. But do you see what she did? She left without saying a word to us." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, to the point his old face started to flush red. Alarmed, the man on the side hurries over to soothe the old grandpa's back with his hand. "Oh, what sort of wrong did I do in my past life to have both daughter and granddaughter do this to me? I will be in my grave because of them both at this rate. Father, you have to calm down." Out of worry that he might really lose it, Lan Yu attempts to comfort his old man. Sister was also deceived back then, that's why she lost her way. Although Bai Yen and I don't have much contact either, but I know enough about her personality that I can be certain she must have been framed by some evildoers. You just try to make excuses for her. The old lord of the house makes a heavy grunt, his eyes inadvertently moving to the doorway again. Hadn't Granny's son been at the Bai house for some time now? Why isn't the stinking girl here yet? My son, go over and check. Make sure those people don't bully the people of our lawn house. Clicking his tongue, Lan Yu was starting to worry for Bai Yen, because not everyone can put up with this inconsistent attitude of his father here. I hope Bai Yen won't be frightened by that stubborn temperament. Just at this moment, Lan Yu's ear managed to pick up the happy conversing voice of both his mother from the outside. "Father, mother, and Bai Yen is here." Joy filled the man's eye as he said this. Although old Lord Lan's face was still the same, calm with a grumpy attitude, those shivering fingers easily gave away his true emotion. Retracting his gaze away from the doorway, he coldly grunts. "So what if they came? Do you need to be so excited?" "Keep acting then." Lan Yu inwardly thought this about his father. No longer minding the inconsistent old bones behind him, Lan Yu left the bedside for the doorway to receive his niece and mother, only to be stopped by the maid who pushed open the doors in his face. "My lords, the old madam and Miss Bai is here." The maid respectfully announces this upon entry, totally unaware of the fact that he nearly slammed the door into the young lord's face. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Bai Zhao's shock too, meow. Little Rice protests with his voice. If he had known earlier the little owner would do this, he definitely wouldn't have followed along. "Say it, tell me what's going on. I want to hear the truth." Bai Yen frowns. Although she didn't say she had forgiven the two troublemakers, but that tone definitely sounded less harsh. "It's because those people bullied you all those years ago." Bai Shachen throws himself into Bai Yan's bosom, his eyes tearful and heartwarming. "Mother, I didn't deliberately disobey you, I only wanted to get even with those people for you." Hearing this explanation, she can only exhale a sigh of gratification at this son of hers. To have such a clever and sensible son, what more can a mother ask for? And, the boy lifts his head to meet hers. "That Bai Ji said she wants to strangle me." "What?" Jolting up from the stone stool, Bai Yen immediately slammed the table with her hand and destroyed it until it's nothing but rubble. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Watching this from the side, Bai Xiao was left completely stunned for words. First looking at the crumbling mess on the floor, then back at the enraged face of his sister's face, he couldn't resist making a heavy gulp at that moment. When did sister get so strong? A strong urge tells him Bai Ji had just made a big mistake this time. I can still slowly get even with Bai Ji for bullying me back then, but now she dares threaten to strangle my son? Her face still boiling. "Brother, Go take trip to the lawn house and tell our grandfather he must invite the Bai house to the banquet in the coming day. My son isn't someone that can easily be bullied. Nodding in confusion, Bai Xiao had obviously been overly shocked by that palm strike just now. After saying this, Bai Yen forcibly suppresses her anger and lifts the little treasure up from her arms. Did that Bai Ji hurt you anywhere? Don't worry, the boy pats his chest in assurance. I'm very capable. Even if there's 10 Bai Ji, they can't beat me. Bai Yen knows her son was spouting the truth. In fact, she can guess the instigator of today's scuffle likely fell on this little troublemaker. However, that doesn't excuse that girl from bullying her son. Mother, can go to my grandfather's place? Looking at those twinkling eyes, Bai Yen was ready to give in and agree until the dangerous and dominating face of that man reappeared in her head. Not right now. In the future, I will bring you to see your grandfather. The man had a high probability of being her son's father. As such, she can't allow her son to appear in public just yet. Oh, Bai Shuchen bites his lip and depressingly lowered that head of his. Watching the pitiful face of her son there, even her heart was aching in pain. However, no matter the strong imposed to say yes, she resists and continues to keep her stance. I promise you I will take you to see your grandparents very soon. But first, go wash your face for now, okay? Okay. Quickly reverting back to his cheeky little self, Bai Shuchen releases the most friendly smile a child can make. Turning to Little Rice, he makes a grab at that tail. Look at you, all dirty and stuff. A good kitty needs to be clean, otherwise mother will be angry at us. Meow. I don't want a bath, absolutely not. Little Rice. Stabbing his fists against his waist, Bai Shuchen puffs his cute little cheeks in an unhappy fashion. Not yielding, Little Rice makes a jump for the nearby tree and proudly makes a humph sound, refusing to come down again. Looking at the baby tiger there on the branch, Bai Yen suddenly got a new idea. Smiling, son, go wash your face first. I have other things I need Little Rice to do for me first. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Dinner banquet 4. Raising her head, Bai Rua's gaze looked a little tense after the statement. Your Highness wishes to see Bai Yen? I guess so. She is after all the most beautiful woman in our kingdom. If you wish to take her as your consort, then I have no objection. My love, you are too kind. Aching inside, Nangong Yi lovingly gives her a kiss on the forehead. Don't worry, a woman that has lost their chastity can never come into my eye. I only want to go check on her condition. After so many years out there alone, she must have lost her glory and is now a shadow of her former self. Bai Yen back may be thin, but not the sallow kind with a scrawny body. On the contrary, she was very beautiful with a healthy gloss to her skin. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation, however. Over these years she had been caring for a child all alone out there. With such miserable living conditions, even a beauty will wither away normally. Comforted by that statement, Bai Ruo revealed an accepting smile. Then I will wait for your return. Giving one last peck on her cheek, Nangong Yi climbs out of their bed under the shy look of his wife. Someone come, prepare a sedan for me. I'm going to make a visit to the lawn house. The reasoning why I didn't get an invite must be because they didn't want Bai Yen to reignite her flame. If so, then all the more reason why I must go visit. I will make Bai Yen understand the price of betraying me. The Lawn Manor. Outside the main gate, countless luxurious carriages are now parked there on the road. Ever since old Lord Lawn became sick, it's been a long time since the lawn house became this lively. These guests aren't really here to join in on the feast though, more like here to see a show and make fun of the host. At the moment, in the back of the main hall, 3 individuals were busy looking at the doorway with their curious eyes. Not long after, a stunning red figure stepped into their line of sight, wowing their senses with her beauty. My dear, you've come. Old Madame Lawn softly pats the couch in front, indicating the girl to come sit. Not being sentimental, Bai Yen gracefully enters and sat right next to her grandmother. Come, let me introduce you. Patting her hand, this older one is your big cousin, male, Lan Shaoling, 20-something. And the younger one over there similar to your age is Lan Xiaoyan, male. The two of them were away, that's why you didn't meet them until today. As for the young one there, she's your cousin Lan Xiaoyun. Due to an injury from before, the girl had been staying at the outskirt of the city at her insistence for healing. Making a faint smile, Lan Xiaoling protests, Grandma, you didn't need to give so much detail, you know. Although our cousin here doesn't communicate with our family much, but we are still family. There's no way she wouldn't have heard of us. Ah, you are right, I forgot. Old Madame Lan laughs joyfully, oh my dear, I've been foolish. Making a smile, Bai Yen didn't say much because in her mind she did have a decent grasp on the Lan house's situation. The only thing lacking was meeting everyone in person. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Stunning 1. All eyes are on the door now inside the banquet hall. Why is the sovereign prince also here? This is just a banquet for an unclean person. Bai Ji, who was standing beside her father Bai Zhengxiang, turned white after getting hit with this bombshell news. Though the young girl's whispering voice remained very low, but due to eerie silence in the atmosphere, it became quite abrupt among the guests. Turning gloomy in the face, Lan Yu sent a cold glare at the girl before turning his line of sight back to the doorway. At this moment, whether it be the guests or the prince, everyone that's in attendance were in amazement by what they saw. Hanging high above the dark night, a moon brighter than everything else in the sky highlighted that eye-catching object. Bang! In one loud boom, several silvery wolves pulling a magnificent throne swiftly lands in the middle of the hall, sending the awestruck guests running for cover by the abrupt sound. This translation is only hosted on Catranslation Carefree with his arms lazily leaning against the handles. That slightly exposed chest was absolutely sinful in how seductive they were. Then there's also that handsome and captivating face, intoxicating. This should have been a bloodthirsty man that warrants fear in life, yet it's also this type that makes the female sex heads over heels for him. Like moths diving into a flame, though deadly yet willing. Your Highness. Lan Yu didn't give the same cold shoulder as he did to the crown prince, rather his tone was respectful and welcoming to the man. It's a great pleasure that our Lan house can have the honor of hosting you tonight. Seeing this extreme difference in treatment, Nangong Yi's expression became distorted due to anger. He's the real royalty here, not that man with a mere title. Standing up from his throne, Di Tsong slowly dismounted and left his ride to its own bidding. Like a set of well-trained dogs, these wolves rapidly departed the hall by taking to the air instead of over the wall like their entry. Gasping, the crowd couldn't move their sight from the sky for a good while. Those are demon beasts. They all knew Di Tsong was very powerful, but never in their minds did they expect something so impacting. I heard the Lan house is hosting a reception banquet for someone from the Bai house. Cold in his gaze, he sweeps his eyes across the crowd. So, I'm curious, why is this feast hosted by the Lan house instead of the Bai house? Your Highness. This time it was Bai Zhengxiang who spoke up first without waiting for Lan Yu to explain. This you don't know. My Bai house treated that ungrateful girl with all our heart, giving everything that's good to her. Even my current wife looks to the girl as her own flesh and blood. Yet, that ungrateful girl announced she will denounce our father-daughter relationship after I said a few scolding words, claiming she will return to the Lan house. Hearing the story from the man himself, the crowd clearly became a little riled up by the half-baked details. This Bai Yen is really a heartless girl. It's bad enough she eloped with another man back then, causing her grandmother to faint in the street. Now she's even denouncing her own father? If I had such a daughter, I too would want to strangle her to death. Madame Bai is truly kind. I heard she doted on this daughter more than her own true blood. But instead of getting gratitude in return, this heartless girl would slander her own stepmother's name. What a vicious girl. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. This is the type that I like. 3. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Bai Yen herself was stunned. It can't be this man is the infamous sovereign prince of the kingdom? In a blink of an eye, Di Tsong had already began closing the distance between him and her. Seeing the encroaching figure coming their way, Lan Xiaoling and his brothers subconsciously wanted to pull their cousin behind them for protection. Sadly, their actions were too late. Tightly gripping his hands around her waist, Bai Yan's last chance for escape was sealed off for good. You really made it difficult for me to find you. His tone threatening yet alluring all at the same time. What the man was referring to was how he was forcefully raped by her back then, but to the rest of the audience here tonight, those words had a completely different meaning. Scram! Bai Yan became angry now. In one stomp, she aims it straight for the man's feet like last time. Just as it's about to make contact, a powerful hand caught it, forcing her into the most embarrassing posture like a pair of intimate dancers. To make things worse, those naughty fingers continued to stroke her thigh, giving her goosebumps left and right. Your little feet here is so restless. From those bloodthirsty eyes, a cruel smile appears. I say, should I chop it off? This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. His threatening tone was very gentle, thus giving off the misconception that he's trying to flirt with Bai Yan. Blankly watching Di Tsong's devilish smile, a trickle of tear began flowing out of Bai Ji's eye in silence. Ji. Seeing her precious daughter silently weeping there alone, Bai Zhengxiang can feel his very heart tearing itself. Returning his anger back at the source, he speaks in an interrogating tone. Bai Yan, what are you doing in public? Do you have no shame? Turning dark, she sweeps her sight around at the man and girl. Seeing the jealousy in Bai Ji's eye, a flicker of triumphant grin fills Bai Yan's peerless face. Isn't it clear enough on what we are doing? Pricking her brow, she provocatively slides her finger under the man's chin. Little Tsong, do you agree with what I say? Little Tsong? This name clearly made Di Tsong's lip twitch. Nevertheless, the abrupt change in attitude only stirred his appetite and raised his interest. Grabbing that teasing finger, Di Tsong turns to face the distorted man in the background. It can't be Lord Bai is blind? Can't you see when it's that obvious? Father, look at her. Bai Ji's face was ghastly white now as tears flowed out of jealous eye. She's doing it on purpose. Indeed, Bai Yan was doing this on purpose. In order to frustrate the shameless girl, she's even willing to sacrifice her own skin to reach her goal. Your Highness. Suppressing his inner wrath, Bai Zhengxiang lowers himself before the man known as the Sovereign Prince. I'm sure you also heard of my eldest daughter's character. She got herself pregnant before marriage and even eloped 6 years ago. Such a person isn't worthy to be by your side, so you mustn't be fooled. This statement thoroughly enraged the members of the Lawn House. It's already bad enough he let Bai Ruo replace Bai Yan in marrying the crown prince of the kingdom, plus he even expelled her from his family. Now he's also slandering the girl? Is this the kind of stuff a father's supposed to do? Just as old Lord Lan wanted to go duke it out with the bastard, Di Tsong's aloof voice chimed in. So what? This is the type that I like. The crowd all gasped in unison, utterly shocked by the sensational statement. This is the type that he likes? In other words, Lord Song has a fetish of liking young unmarried women that's given birth before? Oh heavens! No wonder all those excellent girls cannot fall into his eye. It's because of this strange fetish. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Be good, don't move too. You are lying. Bai Ji's sadness quickly eased over despite her claim of loving Di Tsong. My mother wanted to give you jewelry to wear, but it's you who refused it. Now you are twisting the truth to suit yourself. Smirking at the audacity of the girl, she glares back with danger in her eye. If that's the case, grandfather, please bring out the paperwork that you filed for the dowry back then. According to the rules, if the mother dies, her dowry must be passed on to her biological daughter as inheritance. Now that I'm an adult, it's only proper that I take back what's mine. It's common practice in this world for men to take on multiple wives, therefore it's not uncommon to find a husband ignoring their original wife for a new one. In order not to let the wife's property fall into the wrong hands, a law was eventually passed, stating whatever dowry that's left behind must be given to their biological child for management. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Upon hearing this remark, Bai Zhengxiang and his precious daughter Bai Ji both went ghostly white. All right. Making a humph sound, old Lord Lan happily answers the call. Your mother's dowry was all listed at the etiquette department prior to the marriage. When it's ready, I will personally go to the Bai house to retrieve what's yours, my dear. This certainly left the heartless man in a bind. This wretched girl must do this to me? Those dowries have all been spent. Where am I supposed to find them again? Bai Yen. Nangong Yi can't watch anymore. Showing disgust in his eye, he eyed the woman that used to be his fiancée. Lord Bai is still your father, and it was you who made the first move. Don't you feel your actions are too much right now? Even if the Bai Yen back then was considered a useless person who can't cultivate, but at least her character was good. Now she's not only arrogant and rude, she's also entangled with Di Tsang, the sovereign prince. Such a dirty woman, no matter how beautiful, he won't bother to take another glance. I only want to take back my dowry. How is that being too much? Can it be your highness don't recognize the rules set by the ancestors? Bai Yen casts a short glance at the prince, her tone practically emotionless that it stings. Fuming at the snub, Nangong Yi didn't know how to talk back right now. There's no way he can openly admit he's not willing to recognize the long-standing rule. But watching that arrogant attitude of the woman, his heart can't accept it. Bai Yen, Lord Bai and Madame Bai's character are very good, so there's no way they would misappropriate your dowry. On the contrary, if they do give it to you, won't it be just wasted away on another man? Gnashing his teeth, now it's Nangong Yi's turn to become shameless because his sentence was indirectly telling Di Tsang how horrible Bai Yan's character was. Chuckling, Bai Yan scoffs it off perfectly. He's a man that relied on a woman to get started and then turned tail as soon as he's successful. Even then you say his character is trustworthy? Are you listening to yourself? Bai Yen, when did you become so nitpicky? Nangong Yi shakes his head like someone truly disappointed. If you kneel in front of Lord Bai this instant and apologize, perhaps he will forgive you for all your fault. At this moment, without any indication, a powerful hand suddenly came from behind and mercilessly pulled Bai Yen in. How come I didn't know my woman would be reduced to bowing before an ant? That cold and tyrannical voice echoes across the banquet hall, sending the entire audience into utter silence once again. Being looked down upon in a condescending way, Nangong Yi's face tensed up until even his veins could be seen. Dice. Not replying, Di Tsang only sent a glance back his way. In that second, the oppressive aura was so strong that the prince nearly suffocated. Be good, don't move. Sensing the woman in his embrace being bad again, he tightens his grip and gently whispered into her ear, "It be a shame for your delicate hands to be chopped off." Bai Yen was so frustrated and angry right now. No matter what she did, this man would either say he will chop off her leg or her hand. It's like he's treating her as a little pet that he can do as he wish. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Face slapping 3. So what if it's a sky-class demon bird? Father, aren't you also the same, a sky-class martialist? Why can't you subdue it? Bai Ji bites her lip, unable to divert her gaze away from the beautiful phoenix. If she could control it, the whole city would become envious of her. Ji, stop your fussing. Contrary to his usual indulgent attitude, Bai Zhengxiang was rather stern this time around. Going dark in the face, that's a demon bird, not something you can control, so don't irritate it. Sad inside, Bai Ji didn't want to accept this reality but couldn't do anything to remedy the situation. Ignoring the crowd, the searing flame phoenix makes a low bird call and then slowly walked towards Bai Yen with elegance and pride. This naturally caught the attention of everyone, their gaze firmly pinned to the flaming red figure and the woman that's waiting. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, Grandfather. Giving the phoenix only one glance, Bai Yen shifts her attention back to the old grandpa. Do you like this gift I prepared for you? Silence hanged over the banquet hall. If a needle were to drop to the floor right now, it would definitely be heard. Hesitant in his voice, old Lord Lon looks to the girl. The gift is... It can't be this searing flame phoenix? No way. For a minute there, everyone here was coming up with this idea. However, it was firmly pushed back down. Who's Bai Yen? A useless woman who got pregnant and eloped with a man. With her ability, how can she subdue a sky-class demon beast? Under the signaling look of Bai Yen, the bird begins to lower its proud head and prostrated itself before the old lord. This was the custom of the phoenix race. If a member of the phoenix race were to ever surrender itself before another being, they will lower their head and prostrate themselves on the ground. This proves they are willing to become their mount. Roughly rubbing her eyes, Baiji couldn't believe the scene. Clenching her fist into a hard ball, she nearly bit through her lips from how angry she was. Lan Yu's breathing became a little tense. This searing flame phoenix is your grandfather's gift? That's not your average demon beast out there, it's a sky-class searing flame phoenix. Even in the demon beast sect, there's only a few that could subdue such a being. If the Lan family can get their hands on this phoenix, that would mean they will once again break into the first-rate noble family class. Confirming it with Bai Yen didn't beat around the bush. Grandfather is getting old, so in order to make traveling easier for him, I specifically prepared this phoenix for him. This way he won't have to walk so much. Nearly everyone were gasping for air, some were even twitching in the eye at the explosive statement. Too old? Inconvenient when traveling? This old lord looks absolutely fantastic. Which part of that looks old? And don't you think it's too extravagant to use a phoenix as a ride? Father! Seeing the prostrating bird before old Lord Lan, Baiji's jealousy completely twisted her. Didn't you say all demon beasts are arrogant and proud? Why is it willing to submit to Bai Yen? Ignoring the girl's questioning, Bai Zhengxiang only looked towards Bai Yen with his gloomy face. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Deliberately hiding away this phoenix so I would drive you away from the Bai house. If you like this translation, consider donating for a extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Go do a big thing. Let's go. A vague gleam could be seen coming off of Bai Zhengxiang's eye. Bai Yen, if I learn this is all a lie, then I won't let you off. Leaving this threat behind, he forcibly pulls at his unwilling daughter and out they went. This Bai Zhengxiang bastard really think I'm so old that he can do whatever he likes. Old Lord Lan clearly didn't finish venting his steam. And you, don't think I will forgive you just because you are giving me this searing flame phoenix. As soon as Bai Yen retracted her sight from the doorway, she immediately heard this out of the blue grumpy scolding and became stupefied. Grandfather, what have I done wrong? Glaring with one eye and squinting with the other, the old lord kept huffing and puffing like he will blow the whole place down. If you are hungry, then why didn't you come over here? Am I not your grandfather? Am I not your mother's father? How can you let those from the Bai family bully you like that? Utterly speechless, Bai Yen can only stand there and silently take it. Not like she can openly tell everyone the one from back then wasn't her? Lan Yu. Without indication, this time the roaring yell was directed at his son. Freaking out on the spot, Lan Yu himself practically crawled over to his father on the knees. Lord Father, is there something wrong? Making a flattering face, he cautiously asks with the brightest smile he can make. Not biting the bait, old Lord Lan grumpily points at the squeamish man. This is how you look after your sister's children? This is how you run the Lan house after I became sick? This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. For a while there, old Lord Lan became so angry that he didn't know what to say to this useless son. And you can inquire about the situation some more? Ever since his sister Lan Yu, the mother, passed away, his father here had taken to the bed since. Therefore, the entire well-being of the Lan house fell onto him. Over the years he kept thinking that Bai Zhengxiang would at least be grateful for their support at the beginning. As such, he never expected the siblings to be so mistreated there. That's definitely his mistake. What are you still standing there for? In one fit, old Lord Lan sends a kick right up the son's butt. Hurry and go prepare. From today forward, as long as there's my Lan house in this Lu Hua kingdom, then there won't be a Bai house. Good timing for this declaration too. After this incident tonight, the guests here will undoubtedly start reconsidering their stance on the competition between these two families. Years ago the Lan house only fell into its current low state due to the old lord becoming sick. But now, old Lord Lan's not only safe and sound, he also got a sky-class demon bird as his mount. This instantly propelled their family back into the first-rate noble family league. However, the Bai house also has a crown princess as their daughter. That's something the Lan house can't compare with. Don't take it for face value that Di Zong would favor Bai Yen. There's no way the royal family would allow someone unclean like her to marry the sovereign prince. Furthermore, it's rumored that His Majesty intends to marry the youngest daughter of the Bai house to Deedsong. Bai Yen, where did you get this searing flame phoenix from? Old Madame Lan gently holds onto her granddaughter's hand, her mouth a heartwarming smile. I saved its life before, that's why it submitted to me. And since its grandfather's birthday, I decided to give it as a gift. That sort of story was more plausible. There's no way Bai Yen can possibly subdue a sky-class phoenix. Also, it said that demon beasts are easy to be thankful if their lives are saved, which made perfect sense here for the guests and the Lan family members. Cousin. Grinning the entire way, Lan Xiaoyun used the sweetest voice in the world. My birthday is coming soon, when will you go save some more demon beasts to give me? If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Go do a big thing too. Bai Yen didn't even need to think about it. Nodding, she answered outright, all right, what sort of demon beast would you like? Fox, I like foxes. They are furry and cute. Fox? That's easy. Sweetly smiling. When it's time I will have the foxes ready and you can choose from the batch. There are too many foxes around her son, so it's good to have the girl pick one among the followers. The careless remark from her definitely made waves among her family, but Deedsong on the other hand had other ideas in mind. Tightening his lips into a bloodthirsty grin, he looks to Bai Yen like a winner inside a battle. This translation is only hosted on Ka Translation without deviating from the expected outcome. Bai Yen herself also noticed her own folly here after seeing that gaze. Shit. How did I forget he's still there? Fox. Just as Bai Yen was trying to come up with a countermeasure, the man had already come up from behind. Cold and numbing, that whispering voice in her ear instantly gave her goosebumps. I'm also looking forward to seeing those foxes. Slightly losing her composure, she wanted to say more but was interrupted by a loud bang. In the middle of the hall, the same silvery wolves as well as that throne was there again. Walking over in big strides, Deedsong ignored everyone and took his seat. Like how he came before, he disappeared into the night sky in the same manner. Cousin, how did you and Lord Song meet? Lan Xiaoyun's girl cousin became very excited, her expression a bit naughty. That Bai Ji's been dreaming of becoming the man's wife for so long. To see her eat a bad one here tonight, it's so satisfying. In particular was the picture of Deedsong embracing Bai Yen. For some unknown reason, the girl found the two very suitable for each other. Uncle, did my brother not show up for tonight's banquet? Bai Yen turns to Lan Yu and asked. A bit startled, the man nods. That's right, he didn't show up. Slightly wrinkling her brow, Bai Yen knows her brother's character enough that he won't miss this important occasion. It can't be something's happened? Uncle, can you send someone to inquire about his condition? I still have something to do. Okay, he nods. But what do you need to do? An evil smile came as a result of that question. Turning to her younger cousin Lan Xiaoyun, Bai Yen asks, do you want to come do something big with me? Exalted by the question, the girl squeals with excitement. Yes. I want to come along. Let's go, cousin, I want to. Let's go then. Pulling the girl's hand, Bai Yen moved swiftly across the streets. During this hour it's already considered quite late for the night. Nevertheless, there remains a certain figure out and about. This was none other than Bai Ji that's currently kicking the pebbles on the floor. Whenever she thought of the scene with Deedsong and Bai Yen tonight, her heart would be panged with jealousy. It's almost like thousands of ants were biting in her heart. Then at this moment, she suddenly saw another figure standing under the moonlight up ahead. Bai Yen. Taking advantage of the glow of the moon, she now got a better look at that hateful face. Gnashing her teeth, why are you here? What you should care about isn't why I am here, it's whether or not you can safely return to your home. Slow and steady in her advancement, Bai Yan's smiling face became intimidating and dangerous. Bai Yen, what are you trying to do? Stepping backward, she gulped. For some unknown reason, a sense of dread and fear gripped Bai Ji's heart right now. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Flower Brothels Hua Luo, cousin. Lan Xiaoyun nervously tugs at Bai Yan's sleeve. Who is this woman? Is she here to seek you? She didn't answer the question, only smiling at the newcomer. Hua Luo, you seem to be late. Ho ho ho. Giggling at the remark, the woman jumps off the eagle in one smooth swing. I met a little trouble on the road, that's why I'm late. But mistress, who is this girl here, your sister? She's not bad, why not let her come to my flower brothel for work? How about it? Those winking eyes could literally discharge electricity from how foxy they were. Even for Lan Xiaoyun, who's a girl, her skin was going all goosebump on her. Cousin, grouchily sending a stare over to the provocative woman, she asks, who is she and what is? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Lan Xiaoyun wanted to say flower brother in the end, but her hands reflexively cupped her own mouth to keep it in. That flower brothel? Hua Luo, Xiaoyun is still a child, you mustn't scare her. Bai Yan didn't get angry at the little tease. She knew long ago this subordinate of hers would be like this. Besides, she's not the type to suppress her people's true nature, that's not her style. Mistress, I'm only playing with her a little. Giggling again, she sends a charming smile at that little face hiding behind Bai Yan. No matter how courageous I am, I would never dare do something as to send your cousin there to receive clients. Flower brother, on the surface it's a place where men could to play with women if they have the money, but in reality, it's an intelligence agency. Even now, no other forces out there know exactly how much information this power has in its vault. This fact was no secret among the powerful forces out there in these lands. Rather, it's the ordinary folks who have clue about this organization and continues to take it as nothing more than a brothel. Therefore, as the young miss of the Lan house, she's not new to this name. Cousin, she is someone from the flower brothel? Really that flower brothel? Lan Xiaoyun pulls at Bai Yan's sleeve, her lips trembling as she asked, why would she be calling you mistress? There's no mistake, she's the keeper of the flower brothel, Hua Luo. Bai Yan didn't deny it. Due to the extreme shock of the news, Lan Xiaoyun nearly fainted on the spot. Never in her dreams did she expect the true master behind the flower brothel would be her own cousin here. Oh heavens, is there anything in this world more explosive and sensational? Cousin, hurry and tell me, how did you become the master of the flower brothel? They are an entity that can stand up to the royal family, a power that can crush the Bai family. Flushed red from being overexcited, the girl nearly couldn't breathe there. If this matter becomes known to grandfather, it's likely he will faint from excitement. I will tell you later about that. Making a faint smile, Bai Yan shifts her gaze back to Hua Luo. There is one thing I want you to do. As soon as she heard Bai Yan was getting down to business, Hua Luo's expression turned serious. Mistress, please instruct me. I suspect my mother's death must have something to do with you, Rong. You are to thoroughly investigate this matter. In addition, you are to find out the activities of every member of the Bai house over these years, cold in her gaze, including Yu Rong's history before she married into the Bai family. Raising her head in surprise, Hua Luo looks to the woman she calls mistress and found a chill running down her back. The Bai family has done too many evil things over the years. Even if I destroy them now, it won't be enough to make up for their sins. I must ruin their reputation so they can never stand up again. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Xiachen searches for uncle. Inside the ancestral hall of the Bai house, Bai Xiao was currently leaning against the wall behind him as a burning flame courses through his body. Little Rice, I think this is where uncle is being kept. Let's go inside and see. From outside the door, a young tender voice drifts inside this quiet building. Bai Xiao wanted to call out, but by the time he opened his mouth, nothing came out due to how parched his throat was. Creak, the door to the ancestral hall slides open, catching the attention of the barely conscious occupant inside. From his narrow eyelids, the young lad can see his precious nephew standing there looking at him. Uncle! Upon seeing the young man lying there on the ground, the little boy rushes inside with his white kitty. Plopping to the floor, the first thing Bai Zaken attempts to do was to touch his uncle's forehead only to be shocked by the heat. Oh no, you have a fever. This translation is only hosted on Catranslation, although a martialist definitely had a stronger body with a better immune system, but that doesn't mean they won't get sick. I'm okay. That voice was harsh and dry. Likely afraid his nephew would be worried for him, Bai Xiao barely manages to force a smile. Xiachen, how did you get in here? Mother is worried about you, so she had little Rice come find you. However, I miss you too, so I came along. From beginning to end, Bai Xiachen's small little hand had never stopped moving. Sorting through his deep pocket, he brought out a pile of small bottles and jars, all of which are filled with Dan pills of various effects. I'm sorry, uncle, but I didn't learn any medical skills from mother. I don't know which of these can cure you. Since childhood he only had interest in poison. As for the methods of saving others, he honestly didn't have a clue. Maybe, a glow fills the boy's eye as he raises his head. Maybe you can try them all? This is... Looking down at the indicated containers, doubt could be seen in Bai Xiao's gaze. Still as innocent and bright as ever, these are mine and little Rice's snack collection. Mother prepared them for us. Snacks? Looking at that small, delicate face, a current of warmth filled Bai Xiao's heart. There's no need, you two keep it for yourself, okay? In that instant, disappointment promptly replaced that smile. I thought uncle would definitely like my snacks because my 3 grandchiefs would always fight over them. Twitching in the mouth, Bai Xiao thought he was hallucinating there for a moment. Fight for some snacks? How old are they to do something so childish? Dummy little master, little Rice makes a disdainful look. Do you think humans are all like us, able to eat Dan pills like snacks? If you have him take all of these, then watch him explode. Blinking his innocent eye, the boy clearly didn't get it. I am mother's son and uncle is mother's brother, why can't he eat them like us? Rolling his tiger eyes at the ridiculous question, little Rice went ahead to ignore the child and began rummaging through the bottles with his claw. A short moments later, he found a certain bottle and hands it to Bai Xiao. If you take one, then your cold will be better. In honest truth, Bai Xiao was a little frightened because this was the first time he's ever heard of someone using Dan pills to treat a cold. But looking at that anticipating eye of his nephew, he can't bear to disappoint the child. Uncorking the container, he carefully pours the content out. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Revenge for Mother, 3. Catching onto Yu Rong's hair, the fox's claw went deep, so deep that it even ripped out a portion of her scalpel skin. This instantly causes the woman to scream with pain. You little beast, how dare you hurt me? In her fit of rage, the panicking woman makes an attempt to swipe at her attacker to knock it off. Not missing the danger coming its way, the fox immediately swung to the side and escaped the hand, all the while not forgetting to make a mocking face at its victim. This of course causes Yu Rong to go green with rage. Someone come catch this stinking fox. Wiping the seeping blood from her scalp, she yelled in frustration. It didn't take long, merely seconds for a group of guards to rush inside. Swish. Knowing it's time to bolt, the fox makes an outstanding somersault into the air and attempts to make one final landing on Yu Rong's face. Thankfully for the woman herself, her reflexes are relatively fast. Otherwise, she could have expected some serious scars on this swipe. Even so, one of her hands had become a bloody mess after she used it to take the hit. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Kill this thing. Kill it. Became twisted in her expression. She glared daggers at the menacing fox. But it's already too late. Before the guards could even make a grab for it, the fox had jumped right out the window and disappeared into the darkness of the night. You bunch of useless things. How can you not catch a single fox? In her moment, she heavily stomps at one of the guards. It's unsure if it's her illusion or not, but right now the backside of her hand felt very itchy due to the scratch. Enough, this can't be blamed on the guards here. It's all that fox's fault, old Madame Yu frowns with a strange light in her eye. However, since it's here, it won't be able to escape so easily considering how big our estate is. Have our people fan out and search? Yes, madam. The guards lowered their heads and respectfully complied. As soon as the guards retreated, the old woman promptly shifted her gaze back at her daughter. Did you forget what I told you before? No matter how dissatisfied you are, you cannot show it in front of the public. But the fox is too vexing. Just the thought of that little thing was enough to make her veins pop. Furthermore, the itch on the back of her hand was starting to get worse. At this rate, she might even scratch the skin off. Don't worry, it won't be able to escape our grasp. Old Madame Yu smiles sinisterly because nothing has ever escaped her will when she wanted them. The Bai house was so, and so was Lan Yue's dowry. Just as old Madame Yu was scheming again by Xiachen, the little boy was already running towards the location where he hid little rice. At this moment, the baby tiger was in the middle of licking his paws on the grass in an elegant fashion. Seeing the rushing figure coming his way, he asked, "Is everything done?" That bad woman is scheming against uncle. She also called mother a bitch. Raising his silver fur, the bloodthirsty nature of his lineage could already be heard in his angry voice. Blinking at the remark, little Rice tilted his head in confusion. Since when did the little owner here get so nice to let those people off the hook? Likely becoming aware of the tiger's question. Bai Xiachen giggles with delight. Did you forget already? I only have interest in poisoning people. Just now, I used some of my stuff on her body. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Kick him. But, innocently tilting his little head, the bad woman can find someone else to make a baby, why can't mother do it too? Wang Xiaopeng from next door has a little sister, I also want one. Wang Xiaopeng? Bai Yan asked. They live next door. Their family has a lot of money, that's why Wang Xiaopeng can be so fat. Note, Wang is the surname and Xiaopeng little chubby in Chinese. After a brief musing, Bai Yan understood what's going on now. This neighbor the boy's referring to wasn't from the Holy Land, it's the family living next door to the manor she prepared here in the city. Don't assume just because Bai Xiachen's intelligence was higher than a normal person that he can ignore the things a child should do. He needs friends around his age to play with. Oh baby! Picking up her son, she hugs the little fella and runs her fingers around the nose as a tease. One can't just make a sister because they want to, these things need fate. You are still young so you don't know. Wait until you grow up some more, then you will get it. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation in response. Bai Xiachen nods like he understands. He may be envious of his newfound friend Wang Xiaopeng for having a lovely little sister, but in comparison he rather listened to his mother's word over having a sister. Then can we go find father? If father wants to take me away, can you also come with us? If they find father then a sister will just be a matter of time. But what if your father only wants you and not I, your mother? The arrival of little Bai Xiachen wasn't of love, it's the result of an accident when she needed a man to cure her poison. Stunned by the question, Bai Xiachen realized he never once thought of this issue. Going quiet, the little boy went into deep contemplation, as deep as a child can go anyways. Then after a good few minutes, his big eyes literally glowed with brilliance. Mother is so good so father can't possibly do that. But if he does, then I also don't want him. Squirming closer against her mother's chest, he tightly weaves his hands around her neck. In this world, he can lose everything except his mother here. Getting such affection from her son like so, Bai Yan unconsciously broke out into a gratifying smile. In this life and her previous one she has done a lot of things she regretted, but giving birth to this child was not one of them. Suddenly, the evening breeze whistled into her nose and she could smell a certain familiar scent. Going ghastly white in the face, she jolted up from the chair and quickly brought out a pill. This pill can cover your aura. Swallow it now and hide under the bed. Remember, no matter what happens you mustn't come out. Before the boy could even get a grasp on the situation, his mother had already forced the pill down his throat and stuffed him under the bed. In the next moment, a dazzling figure popped in. Dominating, enchanting, seductively evil, none of these words could properly describe this man. Bai Yan lost her breath there. She had seen him earlier tonight, but never in this fashion. That silvery hair, that purple robe, and that peerless face. It's no wonder every girl in this kingdom would fall heads over heels for this man known as the Sovereign Prince. Sadly, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. This man was like a flower hanging off of a cliff. If not careful, one will fall into the deep ravine below, meeting their end in a crushing fall like the stuff they call love. What are you thinking? Just when Bai Yen was in a daze, the man had already come face to face with her. Against that intoxicating breath, her senses were knocked right back to reality. Then when she realized how close they were again, Bai Yen didn't hesitate in the least and aimed her feet straight for that rude figure. If you like this translation, consider donating for a extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Baby doesn't like the father. Ditsong's gaze remains unmoved from those lips. His deep voice sounded like he's suppressing some sort of emotion. You're hurt, why didn't you say anything? The glaring blood stain only made his heart ache like it's been torn apart. Have you given me the opportunity to say? Bai Yen sneered. Her lips been blocked by him, so how was she supposed to tell him? Moreover, even if she did say it, would he have relented? Bai Yen. Ditsong approached again, his voice hoarse as he spoke. You still owe me 9 kisses. I will take them back one at a time. Immediately widening her eyes, her tone sounded angry. I only kissed you once and you want 10 in return? Aren't you being too much? As if unaware of her wrathful voice, Ditsong turns to leaves, disappearing into the night sky without leaving any traces of his presence. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation with the man gone. Bai Xiachen promptly scurried himself out of the bed. First patting away the dust, he then rushes up to his mother's side. Mother, is he my father? The little guy's milky voice pulled Bai Yen back to her sense. Oh my baby, you are wrong. That man isn't your father. Mother is lying. Bulging in his cheeks, he looks like a steaming meat bun at this moment. He's clearly my father. But I don't like him. His voice a little sulky as he said the last part. It's not easy to learn of who his father was, yet he didn't like the man at all. Why? Bai Yen asked. He is too fierce. Bai Xiachen pinches his lip to the side unhappily. In the little guy's mind, the perfect image of a father should be like his godfather Chu Feng-yi, kind and warm and not frosty and fierce like the one here. Mother, can you be godfather's wife? Swinging his arms around his mother's neck, Bai Xiachen pleads with those big innocent eyes. Godfather is kind and gentle, plus he's super rich, way better than that fierce man. If he did not know that the man was his old man, he would have long rushed out to fight when they were making that racket above his head. Recalling the kiss again, Bai Yen became a little embarrassed. He's not bullying me. Also, that kiss was started by her first. I saw everything. The boy's cheek was flushing from how steaming he was. That evil man bit you and made you bleed. No way I will like someone like that. Bai Xiachen was still young, so of course he didn't under what Ditsong really did. To him, he only knows his old man made his mother bleed on the lips there. Therefore, his first impression of Ditsong turned out very bad. Mother, I know it's because of that baddie being too strong and that you don't want him to take me away. Fear not though, I will quickly grow bigger and when I do, I will bite him instead if he dares to bully you again. Warmed by her wonderful son's statement, Bai Yen felt like everything she's endured thus far was worth it. Xiachen, during this time I won't go back to the estate, but I will have your Auntie Holuo look after you. Once we are done here, I will take you away and never let that bastard find us again. A bit aggrieved that his mother won't be around with him for the next while, he nevertheless nodded. Don't worry, mother, I will be good. But you must promise me that once you are done you must come find me and not leave me behind. If you like this translation, consider donating for a extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. The Queen Dowager's Summon, 1. Next day, the early morning light of the sun had just sifted through the windowsill when a loud ruckus suddenly broke the serenity of the room from the outside. Wrinkling her brow at the commotion, Bai Yen gradually opened her sleepy eyes to find the nesting boy in her arms already gone. Just that. The temperature still lingering on the bed sheet proves he was still here not long ago. Cousin. Boom. Rudely barging through the door, Lan Xiaoyan, girl cousin, appeared to be in quite the good mood based on how cheeky and gloating her face was. What happened? Seeing her cousin like this, Bai Yen can already guess something must have happened while she was asleep. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Cousin, do you remember you had my father go find cousin at the Bai house after dinner? A gleeful smile escapes the girl. Last night my father had a falling out with that Bai Jingxiang. The bastard tried to stop him from seeing Bai Xiao, but my father forced his way inside regardless. Oh! Pricking her brow, Bai Yan became a little confused here. How is this considered a good thing? Of course this isn't it. What I want to say is another thing. A cunning and sinister light beams out of the girl's eye. When my father and his people forced their way into the inner quarter of the manor, they saw Yu Rong going crazy. It's like she's possessed, constantly scratching her hand, and most importantly, she started to strip dance in front of the public. Sinking in her complexion, Bai Yan can already guess it's her son's doing. Nevertheless, she had to admit, it's beautifully done. Cousin, are you not happy? At the time many people saw Yu Rong's nude body. Though the girl's face was flushing at her own statement, the excitement in those eyes cannot be hidden. If I had known Yu Rong would start strip dancing, then I would have had my father bring more people over to the Bai house. Thinking of the torture faced by her cruel stepmother, Bai Yan's lip inexplicably formed a smirk. The pain she inflicted on me years ago will be repaid one step at a time, and it will be I who will do it. Tilting her head, Lan Xiaoyun blinks and blinks with confusion. Why does her cousin here look like she knows who's responsible? Fox? All of a sudden, the young girl recalled a certain detail her father mentioned to her this morning. It said that the Bai house was in the middle of searching for a fox last night, which coincided with the fox they encountered on the road yesterday. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Cousin, can it be? Stretching her arms like someone that's just awoke, Bai Yan interrupts the girl's questioning. I'm going to wash up, so why don't you go outside for now? No. Lan Xiaoyun became all mopey. I haven't even finished what I wanted to say yet, and you already want to drive me out. There's more? It's like this. Grandfather tasked me to inform you that the palace has sent for you. Her Highness the Queen Dowager is seeking your audience today, but since you were still asleep earlier, he wouldn't let me disturb you. Dowager? Bai Yan went quiet at the information she got. Her impression of the Queen Dowager wasn't deep, but she did learn that the relationship between her mother and the old queen was so good that she wanted Lan Yue to marry into the palace. However, due to her mother rejecting the idea, the outcome was the Queen Dowager taking Lan Yue as her goddaughter instead. In fact, when the old Bai Yan was still young, she had often visited the old queen in the palace with her mother. But ever since Lan Yue passed away, the young orphan girl would seldom step out of the Bai estate, hence the reason why their former good relationship became so alienated. You go tell our grandfather that I will be entering the palace in a bit. Now that she's returned, it's unavoidable that she would make a visit to the palace. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. The Crown Princess? Not interested. You, Ningdai's queen. Expression promptly changed for the worse. Bai Yan, don't even try to frame me here. Oh, if it's not your highness remarrying, then who else can it be inside the Phoenix Wing? It can't be Bai Ruo here now, is it? Then I must say give my congratulations here. Swinging herself up from the seat, Bai Yan's charming smile was so perfect that if one unsuspecting individual were to come across this, they would definitely believe it's true. Distorting in her expression, Ning Dai swears she would rush up this instant and beat this girl to death if not for the Lan House's power. This translation is only hosted on Translation Raw, you tell her instead. She can't bear to keep going, otherwise she might really go mad here. Yes, mother. Bai Ruo didn't show any signs of being affected by the remarks. Sister, the happy occasion is to do with you. I've convinced my mother the queen here to let you be my husband's concubine. Hurry and go back to the Lan house and prepare. They will be coming to pick you up today. Bai Yan literally fell into a laughing fit at this. From inside the pavilion, she advances in on Bai Ruo. Back then your Bai family wanted to sell me off to an old man as a concubine. Now, you are trying it again today. In your people's eye, do you think I'm only capable of being another's concubine? Slightly distorting in her face, not even Bai Ruo can keep up with her act when being pointed out in the open. I don't know what you are saying, my sister. When have we ever tried to sell you to an old man? Even if you don't like me, you can't frame me like this. I know, sister, you hold a lot of opinion on me, so to soothe this, I'm willing to offer you the position of crown princess if you wish. Ruo. Ning Dai yells out in protest, Have her become the crown princess? Based on what? Your stomach is good and gave the royal family a son that can cause the animals of this world to prostrate in worship, while this unclean woman here only knows how to pair up with some wild man. Animal, prostrate in worship? A strange light came out of Bai Yan's gaze after hearing this. She had long known Bai Ruo had lied about this and used the incident to give her son a halo, but to hear it in person, she simply can't resist chuckling at the shamelessness. If you like the title of crown princess, then go ahead and keep it for yourself. Slowly coming up to the woman, Bai Yan puts on the aura of a superior being. I, Bai Yan, am not interested. She did not deliberately press down her voice, thus allowing the queen over there to hear every word of it. It's truly a strange occurrence here. When Ning Dai heard the girl was coveting her son earlier, her first feeling was disgust. But hearing it in person that Bai Yan wasn't interested, her immediately reaction became anger instead. Bai Yan, how dare you? My son is so excellent that it's not even an insult to make you his bedding maid. Now you dare to resist my order? Resist royal authority. Someone come, take her away. Wait. Bai Ruo suddenly breaks in. Hurrying to run over, she was ready to pull at Bai Yan's hand when the most unexpected happened. Beaming a cold light in her iris, Bai Yan didn't give any signal and directly jerked her feet upwards to land a tremendous kick at Bai Ruo's chest. Like a doll, she shot out like a cannonball across the air. Literally, every person present was left utterly shocked here. Even the queen herself was left stunned. Bai Ruo was a recognized genius, otherwise Ning Dai never would have allowed the girl to marry her son. But now, one kick and she's sent flying? If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. The queen makes a fool of herself, too. Going stiff in the body, it appears Ning Dai had become overwhelmed by that frightening aura. Gritting her teeth, we're leaving Ruo, let's go. Stunned by the order, Bai Ruo could only look at the departing queen's back in shock and disbelief. As the queen of the harem, she would cower in front of Ditsong? Can this man really be that powerful? 1. The man's voice was oppressive and cold, forcing Bai Ruo to turn ashen with fear. Not wishing to face the ire of this man alone, she hurries to chase after the queen from the back. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Taking this all in, Bai Yan's eye reveals a sinister light as she smiles at the departing figures. But then a deep, low growl came into her ear. Next moment, she found herself being pressed against the wall. The eyesores are gone now. Bai Yan, don't you think it's time you give me some explanation about your pre-marriage pregnancy? This man, talk about changing face faster than flipping a page. Shirking, Bai Yan faces that handsome face head-on. Why do you ask when you already know? I, Bai Yan, hooked up with another man while being unmarried. Then I got pregnant and eloped. What else is there to say? Bai Yan. Ditsong's eyes looked irritated. Are you going to confess only after I shove the evidence in front of you? In the end, he couldn't resist falling back into his same old demeanor. At the beginning, Ditsong only wanted to prove this woman to be the very same person who raped him back then so he can make some payback. But now, after listening to Bai Yan's own word that she hooked up with another man, there's suddenly a burning urge for Ditsong to take her right here and now on this spot. Ditsong. Tilting her head, she smiles knowingly. Why are you constantly hanging around me? Can it be you fell in love with me? Pulling back his emotions, Ditsong honestly didn't expect a question like that. For hundreds of years, he's never had any feelings for the opposite sex, let alone talk about love. What a joke. When have I ever fallen for a woman? Bai Yan, you better hope I don't find out back then it's you. Otherwise. Threatening in his voice, he first swept his gaze at that chest, then at the bottom half. It's too obvious in what Ditsong means by that. Now Bai Yan was already regretting in what she said. If she knew today would turn out like this, then years ago she would rather self-incinerate than to be stuck in this unending relationship with this horrible man. You are a man, Ditsong. Is it so bad that you must pursue the matter to this end? Making a hair-raising smile, the man comes clean. I originally only wanted to give some payback, but now it seems that aside from raping me, the woman also kidnapped my child. That's a scenario even worse than before. Shuddering at the remark, Bai Yen wanted to flee this instant and go back to the Holy Land. Thankfully, she can tell Di Zong still hasn't confirmed the existence of her son just yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here talking like this here. I never met you before. Bai Yen didn't want to meet that dangerous gaze, and my child isn't yours. Besides, that child is lost long ago. When these words came out, she definitely felt that big hand shuddering at her statement. It's unsure why, but she involuntarily shifted her face to the side to hide her guilt. You think I will believe you? The man forces her chin up, rousing her eyes to meet his. You are too scheming, I won't be blinded by your lies. If you like this translation, consider donating for an extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Di Zong's might, one, and you, will always only be worthy of being a consort. A being that can only stand in the dust while looking up at me. Back over at the Bai house. Bai Ji was currently sobbing away in the arms of her father, soaking the man's clothes in the process. Since you are fine now, then get some rest. As for your grudge, I will get it for you, my daughter. Thinking about what's happened with his family recently, Bai Zhengxiang heavily rubs his temple to soothe that ache. First of all was his wife Yu Rong inexplicably going crazy, causing him to lose all his face in front of the public. Then it's his youngest daughter being beaten up and tossed in front of the gate. With all that happening, how can he not be bothered? Family chief. Exactly at this moment, the housekeeper reverently came through the door and said, Eunuch Li is here at our home. He's carrying a decree from Her Highness the Queen, and it's meant for third miss here. This translation is only hosted on Ka Translation Queen's Decree? Bai Ji became stunned by this. Why would Her Highness send a decree for me? Daughter, let us first go receive it first. Don't let the man wait too long. Bai Zhengxiang's tight brown finally loosened. Someone come, help my daughter get dressed. Yes, chief. Hearing the call, the two waiting maids outside the doorway entered the room, and through their efforts, Bai Ji now dons a yellow dress of exceptional quality. Due to the unknown of what awaited her, Bai Ji was rather nervous when heading out. Inside the main hall, Eunuch Li was quite enjoying himself by sipping away at the tea prepared for him. Nevertheless, the man didn't need to wait long because Bai Zhengxiang and her daughter soon came rushing out from the back as expected. The young maiden was very beautiful right now, a natural beauty even without the use of makeup. What pleasure do we have for Eunuch Li to make a personal visit? This Eunuch Li was the most favored man under the queen, so it's imperative that Bai Zhengxiang show his respect. I am here under her queenship's order to pass on her decree to give Miss Ji over there. From that pruned face, a wrinkled smile comes out as he stood up to meet the two. Now come on, kneel so I can hand you this wonderful news. Blinking in surprise, Bai Ji rushes to the floor following her father's lead. Ji of the Bai house is fair and virtuous with outstanding talent. Therefore, such a rare woman deserves a man of equal talent. By order of her queenship, Bai Ji is to marry Lord Song as the main wife in the coming predetermined date. This was indeed a huge surprise. Blinking in absolute astonishment, Bai Ji didn't even know how to take it all in. Right now, the only thing her ears can pick up were the word marriage. Miss Ji, congratulations to you. Her queenship has already ordered the heavenly inspector to find a good day for you. At that time, you will officially be Lord Song's official wife. The smile on that old prune became even deeper. Don't assume just because he's the most favored eunuch under the queen that he can do whatever he likes. There's no way he would offend the Bai house in its current state. One was already the crown princess, while the other will soon be Lord Song's main wife. Who in this kingdom can still fend off that sort of connection? Daughter, what are you waiting for? Hurry and go forward to receive the decree from Eunuch Li's hand. Seeing Bai Ji still stuck in a daze like that, he sternly called out to snap the girl back to reality. Recomposing herself, the girl first stared at the royal scroll in the man's hand, then up at that wrinkly face. Next moment, an unbelievable amount of joy flowed out of those eyes. Father, Lord Song is willing to marry me, he's willing to marry me. Standing up in excitement, she firmly holds onto that royal decree like it's her dear life. From now on I will be the only main wife of Lord Song. If you like this translation, Consider donating for a extra release or simply turning off ad block helps too. Deed Song's mic, too. Hearing Baiji's excitement, uniquely didn't bother to explain in more details and continued to smile. This time, he not only needed to pass on the decree to the Bai house, he also needs to make another visit to the Lan house and the Tsong manor. It didn't matter anyways in the man's view. Now that the queen herself had made the decision, there's no way Lord Song would dare resist the order. Miss Ji, I still have other business to attend to. I shall take my leave first. This translation's in only hosted on Patranslation, someone come. Bai Jingxiang had also come back to his senses by now, help see uniquely out. Naturally, Bai Ji could care less whether or not the eunuchs existed now that she has the decree in her hands. Making a shy face, Father, I'm going to tell the world of this, that I'm going to be Lord Song's wife. This way those women out there can forget about having the idea of eyeing my fiancé. Especially Bai Yen, that bitch. So what if you can get my fiancé's attention? In the end you are nothing but an unclean woman. Lord Song will never take you as his wife. Very well, go then. Sweeping away the gloominess from before, Bai Zhengxiang reveals a proud smile on that handsome face. Also, go take a trip to the Lan house and have them attend your wedding ceremony. I want those people to know that my daughter will always be the best. As for Bai Yen, nothing but a unfilial daughter that's been expelled from her family. Yes, father, I will do that. Sticking out her tender tongue in happiness, she hastily runs out of the estate with the decree still in hand. In truth, even if her father doesn't tell her to, Bai Ji would definitely make another visit to the Lan house to gloat. Song Manor, majestic and mighty in its appearance. Even the two golden lion statues at the gate seems to come alive at a glance. This left Eunuch Li quite scared by the imposing image before him. You go make a visit to the Lan house. Turning to the little eunuch following behind himself, Eunuch Li orders the boy, directly past the queen's decree and order Bai Yen to become Lord Song's concubine. He has already finished the task of pleasing the main wife, so of course he wouldn't need to bother with a measly consort. Making a slight bow, the young eunuch accepts the order and went ahead to carry out his order. Alone again, Eunuch Li was ready to step inside the estate when the two standing guards stopped him at the entrance. Halt! His lordship has ordered, no one is allowed inside without his explicit order. Gently knitting his brow over the fact that he's been left standing outside, I am here to pass on the Queen's decree. Please have Lord Song come out to accept it. Queen's decree? The two guards exchanged a look with each other, their foreheads beginning to seep sweat. The lordship's order is absolute. No matter who comes, there will be no exception. Eunuch Li's forehead became tighter and tighter. Hastening to step forward another step, his sharp voice cries out again. By the Queen's decree, please have Lord Song come out to receive his order. Echoing in the air, that voice wouldn't scatter even after a long time. Seeing there's no response from the inside, he wanted to try again when an overbearing and tyrannical voice cuts him off. Scram! Scram? Those old eyes widened in disbelief. This Lord Song is really acting like that? I'm here on behalf of her queenship and he actually dares to have me scram? Drenched with sweat, the guards knew their lord was starting to get angry. Rushing forward, the two was ready to force the old eunuch away when the man cries out again. Lord Song, I am here to bring a wonderful news to you. The queen has arranged for one of the daughters of the Bai house to marry you. Bai Yen is my woman. 2. Upon hearing the woman's defense, the ministers were all starting to discuss it down below. It's as she says, they had all heard or seen Bai Yen being all intimate with Lord Song at the banquet that night. But the girl's reputation was already so notorious, so how can she possibly be a match for the royal family? Lord Song this? Nangong Yuan became tied in finding a proper response. Ignoring all the rest, Deed Song raises his chin and looks down in a condescending manner at the woman. That Bai Ji is nothing more than a daughter of a woman who lusted after an orphan girl's dowry inheritance. How can she be called gracious and virtuous? The man's voice was gloomy and cold, forcing Ning Dai to shudder in response. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. If anyone were to know the truth behind that, then Ning Dai would definitely be the first on the list. Over the years, Bai Ruo had on many occasions offered her a variety of jewelries and gifts, many of which are part of that batch of dowry, thus making her a partial accomplice in the whole theft. But then what does that have to do with Bai Ji anyways? This was the one part that perplexed Ning Dai. There must be some misunderstanding here. Bai Ji's character is trustworthy, so Lord Song can be assured that there wouldn't be another better maiden in the entire kingdom, aside from Bai Ruo, that is. At this point Ning Dai only knew that she needs to push Bai Ji into the limelight of being the perfect girl for the man, causing her to lose track of the ever-darkening face of the king there. Aside from Bai Ruo, Bai Ji is the best? Then what about the princesses of the royal family? So she is saying those two are superior to the female body of the royal family? Are all the women in this world dead? I'm quite surprised you can even say those two are the best when their misdeeds are so lengthy. Making a snickering sneer, in my eyes, even a female dog is far superior than those two. Ning Dai's face promptly went green because she never expected the man to be so presumptuous in front of the entire court. Mercilessly biting down to keep going, Lord Song, don't you think you are being a bit too much by picking on two weak women? What's so bad about Bai Ji? No matter how I look at it, she's still superior to Bai Yan. Now this time Di Song couldn't even keep up his angered face. Laughing, he slowly walked up to the kneeling woman with an overwhelming amount of pressure. Firstly, you are in no position to decide my marriage. As the king of the entire demon realm, why would he care to be bound by the rules of the human world? Secondly, Bai Ji is no different from a dog bitch that's in heat. If you lot dare continue your stupidity, I wouldn't mind finding a male dog to start mating with her. Now Ning Dai was truly frightened by Di Song's remark. She never expected a man could utter such foul and filthy language like that. Thirdly, stopping in his step, Di Song suddenly squats down in front of the woman and openly grinned. The man that you all keep talking about is me. Bai Yan is my woman. Boom! Like a thunderstorm, the entire crowd were knocked off their senses by that statement. It's too sensational, it's too overwhelming, and it's too unbelievable. Bai Yan's man is him? What does that mean? 6 years ago, I was plotted by my enemies and was poisoned as a result. At the time, I happened to meet Bai Yan by accident and forced my way with her against her wishes. So, if anyone in the future keeps spouting more nonsense, I will see to it that the fool can never see the light of day again. No matter where they run, no matter where they hide, I will hunt them down to the ends of this world. What sort of arrogance, and what sort of strength would a man need to utter such a threat? However, none here would doubt Di Song could pull that off. The aura coming off of him was simply too overwhelming. Shuddering on the floor, only despair could be found in Ning Dai's pale face right now. How can this be? How can the man back then be Di Song? Does that mean the wild child from her stomach is also his? Bai Ji becomes a joke. Despite being in the midst of the afternoon, the guards can only feel their skin shivering as the winds around them became colder and colder. Your Highness. First patting her skirt to remove some of that dirt, Bai Ji then shyly started to fiddle with her dress. I wish to ask for your forgiveness. I didn't see you earlier, that's why I was so careless. Maybe it's due to that charming and shy voice, but Di Song finally moved his attention to the girl in question. Who are you? The man's dominant voice was damp and cold, leaving Bai Ji freezing up on the spot. You're Your Highness. We met at the banquet before from the other night. I'm your fiancé. How can he not know who I am? What used to be indifference in the man's face was now that of surprise after hearing her statement. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Little Yen Yen, did you put on a disguise? Di Song's lip curved into a smirk. Unfortunately, I still prefer your original look better. With this new face, I fear I might become impotent due to fright. The guards that came with him nearly couldn't keep their composure up and literally had to choke on their own urge to laugh. If they didn't know Di Song's personality so well, they will no doubt be fooled into believing that superb acting skill portrayed by their lord today. Piff, seriously, at the very least this young girl is good enough to be called a fresh flower, but to be insulted like that, talk about cruel. Your Highness, pinching her lips together, a layer of water was starting to form on those eyes. You've confused me with someone else. I am Bai Ji from the Bai family. It's Bai Yan again, that bitch. What's so good about her to warrant such obsession from Lord Song? But it matters not anymore. With Her Highness the Queen backing me, there's no way Lord Song would dare refuse the arrangement. Deed Song's face promptly turned dark. From those seductive eyes, a spark of cruel and savageness starts to emulate out of those irises. You are not little Yen Yen? You got some nerve to be impersonating my fiancé. You there, guard, what's the punishment for someone pretending to be a member of the royal family? To answer your highness's question, the heaviest penalty is the death sentence for the entire family clan, the lightest being imprisonment inside the prison. Impersonating a royal family member? Bai Ji widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips trembling from fright. No, I'm not pretending. I have here the Queen's decree. You cannot disobey her order. Queen. Deed Song's smile was cold and cruel. The Queen herself is already banished to the cold palace, so how can her decree still hold weight? Boom. Like an explosion inside her head, Bai Ji's complexion instantly went white without an ounce of blood left in there. Losing her balance due to her legs giving way, she was ready to fall again when her hands managed to catch onto the closest tree. Only like that does she manage to stay upright. No, I don't believe you. How can Her Highness suddenly be banished to the cold palace? All of you must be lying to me. When it came to the last part of her sentence, that piercing cry was borderline crazy. Beads of tear came pouring out like raindrops. There's no way I'm going to believe this. If it's true, then what's going to happen to my marriage? Immediately send her to the prison. Deed Song's smile had turned outright evil at this point. Also, inform the world that Bai Ji is impersonating herself as my fiancé to spread lies as well as having ill intentions for me. The crime is enough to warrant the death sentence to her entire clan, but thanks to Bai Yan's leniency, I will let this incident slide for now. If there's a second time, none of the Bai house family members will live to see another day. In the end, all strength had left Bai Ji's body after hearing that statement. Squatting down to the ground after losing her bearing, she bit her lips and erupted an intense hatred in her eyes. Little Bai Xiaoqin's been exposed? Looking aggrieved in her face, Lan Xiaoyan had no choice but to follow behind her grandfather in this case. However, with every 3 steps she took, she made sure to look back once. Then in her final moment, the troublemaker pumps a fist as a gesture of encouragement. You! Bai Yan had just turned around when a cold hard lip pressed in against hers. Together at last, their intimate figure was so beautiful that it's no understatement to call this a masterpiece. You still owe me 7 kisses. After a long and intoxicating kiss, he finally relented. Deed Song. Bai Yan was a little angry now. What the hell are you doing here? To kiss you, the reply was smooth and shameless. If I ever find out you've been secretly keeping my son from me, I will have you pay me back with a total of 10 sons. 10 sons? Does this guy take me for a breeding mare or something? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, sneering in her voice. Considering your status and identity, there should be plenty of women who's willing you give you a son. Why are you so insistent on haunting me? So far, only you do not disgust me. Also, only this woman can make his manhood get a reaction. A beam of frost flickered across Bai Yan's eye. This man, only because I don't disgust him? There are so many women in this world, how can you claim I'm the only one who wouldn't disgust you? What if you encounter another in the future? Making a sarcastic snicker, Bai Yan continued, Then what, have me share a husband with another woman? Unfortunately for you, I will never share my man with anyone. After leaving behind this sentence, she no longer bothered to look at the man behind herself. Instead, she turns to walk for the inner part of the courtyard. Watching the departing figure, Deed Song's forehead inexplicably turned into a knot like a confused husband. What did I say that's wrong here? This woman has quite the temper. Seriously, when did I say she will share a husband? While still standing on the side, the guards that came with him only had their heads lowered, too afraid to speak. However, they definitely had a lot to say right now. Oh Lord, that's not how you pursue a woman. How can you say you like her just because she doesn't disgust you? There's no woman in this world who would agree to that. That's pretty much what the guards were screaming in their heads. Your Highness, all of a sudden, a man dressed in black descends from the sky, his tone respectful as he spoke. I've just finished my investigation. It's as you suspected, Miss Yen has a close relationship with the mistress, Hualuo, of the flower brothel. According to what I found, it said that Hualuo was saved by Miss Yen several years ago and has since swore her allegiance to the lady. This secret was no easy matter to discover because only those closely related to Hualuo would know this truth. Then, the man in black continues with his report. Through my investigation, I found out Hualu recently bought a certain estate in the city not long ago. Sneering Ditsong's eye lit up with glee. Bai Yen, this time, I like to see what sort of excuse you will make for me. In the eastern part of the city where the street was bustling with life, Bai Zhengxiang was currently standing in front of a certain manor with his eyes staring intently at the doorway. A little while later, a guard walked out from the inside. Please go back, Lord Bai, my little master doesn't wish to meet you. Sure enough, the man's expression was a little disappointed at the news. Then can I inquire about whether or not your little master is Miss Hualuo? A few days ago, he had already learned about the flower brothel buying out this manor, and according to his information, the one to carry out the task was one of the guardians working directly under Hualuo. The rumored other people's child, serious while also cute in his little face, Bai Shachen righteously speaks. Xiaopeng, now it's you who's not right there. It's already wrong that you like to steal the maid's underwear, but you can't even keep your chubby hands off your sister? Wang Xiaopeng wanted to cry now because he didn't expect his friend there to take an extra kick at him in this situation. Look at Shachen and yourself. Look how sensible he is and how sick you are. Oh heavens, why do I have such a perverted son? At a young age and he's already so lustful. Not only are all the maids at home victims of his perverted deeds, now he's even going after his own sister. If this isn't a perverted sicko, then what is? This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. As bad as his past records were, Wang Xiaopeng really didn't do it this time because even he has his limits. Once it becomes known on who set him up today, he swears that he will definitely kill them. Uncle Wang, Bai Shachen politely made his greeting. I got something I like to discuss with Xiaopeng. Is it all right with you that we stop this for now? Once I'm done, you can beat him again then. At the sight of the good little boy, in his eyes anyway, Wang's father, angry face promptly turned to that of kindness and joy. Okay, he repeated the word 3 times in a row. Then shifting his warning glare back to his chubby son, you should learn something from Shachen here, and don't just go ogling those beautiful maids every day. If there's ever a second time like today, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Oh, why can't my son be like other people's? At this rate I will really meet my maker soon because of this brat. Wang Xiaopeng's eyes looked so depressed. Shachen, why do I always feel like you are my father's son instead while I'm the one who he picked up from the street? Bai Shachen blinked and blinked. Forget it, your father is just like you. The moment he comes across a beauty on the street, he will lose himself and start drooling. As if suddenly catching on to a common language, Wang Xiaopeng's eyes started to shine. You also think like that? Actually, I don't want this kind of father either. Why don't we do this? You be my father instead. Bai Shachen became paralyzed, his big eyes widening in disbelief. What the heck is this? Why did I suddenly get a son? Brother! A tender voice suddenly drifted over, knocking the chubby kid off his feet due to fright and embarrassment. Like a pristine doll, the newcomer was Wang Xiaotong, the younger sister. Due to those pink cheeks, the girl looked ever so innocent as she walked over to them. Brother, watch it, otherwise I will tell father what you just said here. I was just making a joke. A joke? He chuckles awkwardly. You mustn't tell him, or else I'm sure I'll be killed. Wang Xiaotong ignored her brother's excuse and turned to face the reason why she's here. Xiaopeng Xiaotong. Facing his 2 friends, Bai Shachen sounded very sad in his voice. I'm here to say goodbye. I'll be leaving here soon. You are leaving? Wang Xiaopeng was shocked. Grabbing onto his friend's hand, that chubby face became a sad one. We only just met and you are already leaving? Giving a very difficult nod, The big baddie is about to find me, so mother is having me go back. But don't worry, once I grow up and is strong enough, I will definitely return to see you too. Make sure you don't forget me by then. Wah! Unlike her brother that's less emotional, Wang Xiaotong straight up burst out in tears. I can't bear to see you leave. Little Bai Xiachen is discovered. Bai Yan became furious because no one knows a child better than their mother. What she didn't expect though was Di Tsang resorting to such low means to force Xiachen, baby, out. Just as Bai Yan was busy praying for her son to not come out, a tender voice broke all of that. From behind the man, big baddie, let go of my mother. By now Di Tsang's fingers had already loosened their grip, thus allowing the woman to scramble over to embrace her son like a mother guarding their treasure. Mother, you don't need to be afraid, I will protect you. No one can separate us. Like a little adult, Bai Xiachen soothingly pats her mother's back despite being extremely fearful himself. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation this time. Di Tsang can finally get a good look at that little boy in Bai Yan's arms. The little guy was a real looker. Like a jade carving, he's cuddly and cute all around despite trying to put on a stubborn face. Furthermore, the kid was undeniably a miniature version of himself. Di Tsang's voice sounded croaky and low like his eyes carried an unspeakable emotion. You are called Xiachen? Pursing his small lip, Bai Xiachen haughtily said, I'm not so familiar with you, so you should be calling me by my full name. Di Tsang's face instantly went cold. I'm your father. You are a big baddie that likes to pick on my mother. You also want to separate us, so I don't want you. The boy was rather revengeful when it came to grudges, especially on topics related to Bai Yan. Smirking, the man lays out the truth to the boy. If I didn't say that, would you have turned yourself in? Bai Xiachen was dumbfounded. What does he mean by that? Intentionally scheming to lure me out? He immediately broke out into tears. Mother, I don't like him, he's actually sneakier than you. I like Godfather more. Godfather? Di Tsang gnashed his teeth as he spoke. You still have a godfather? My godfather is gentle and rich, enough to fend off any country. The boy said it in such a proud way that he completely forgot to take notice of Di Tsang's surging level of anger. I can lack anything in this world, just not money. Say it, how much do you want? I will give you whatever amount you ask for. Rich enough to fend off a country? So what? I'm the king of the entire demon realm. That's way better than some measly human kid. Bai Xiachen's expression was a bit tied there. However, he eventually made up his mind. Those who pick on mother are bad people, I don't want your money. Comparing money to his mother, of course he would choose his mother. When did I pick on her? From Di Tsang's view, it had always been this woman leading him on to hurt other people. You can't lie to me, I saw everything while under the bed. You bit my mother's lips so hard that she… Before the baby boy could finish his words, Bai Yan had already covered that blabber mouth. Giving a guilty glance at the man, she can see Di Tsang's face clearly went darker there. So the one hiding under the bed from back then is this kid. His voice was swinging with anger because he's very upset with himself. How could he have missed the boy when he was so close? Yes, Di Tsang, I admit it, it was I back then who wronged you 6 years ago. Pulling the boy into her arms, Bai Yan braces herself and admitted to the truth. It's just that Xiachen is raised by me, I can't give him to you. He's my lifeblood and my only care. If you try to take him away from me, then I will make you suffer at all cost. Do you love me? Di Tsang's eyes slightly narrowed in as he encroached onto Bai Yan. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned heavy and creates an oppressive air around them. He is my son, so of course he has to follow me. The man looked proud as he said this. And you, after what you've done to me, you still think you can leave on your own? Not for this lifetime. Bai Yan's gaze gradually turned sharp. Then are you trying to push us to the end? If so, I, Bai Yan, would rather self-incinerate than to yield to you. Those words were like a fist, smashing heavily into Di Tsang's heart. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. What's wrong with me? Why would you refuse me on every step? For all these years, he has never been so low in standing. It had always been him dishing out the punishment. Di Tsang. Bai Yan's lip curved into a smile. Then let me ask you, do you love me? Di Tsong was somewhat confused here. His emotional experience was a complete blank that even his first time was done in by Bai Yan from back then. And now, this woman had already asked him for the second time this very same question. Your heart doesn't have me, nor do I have you. Why do you insist on forcing me to go with you? Is it because I gave you a son? A smirk escaped that fine red lip. But there are so many women out there more than willing to conceive a child for you, so I won't hand myself over to a man that doesn't love me. No, in this world, there is only one person who can give me a child. This was the destined prophecy inside the demon realm, also the main reason why he's here in the human world. It's to meet her, which did happen on the first day. Bai Yan! Di Tsong loudly cries this out, forcing the woman to a halt. In response to this, Bai Yan could only tightly hold onto her son, afraid the man might snatch him away when she's not noticing. I will give you some time and not take him away, but the man suddenly reappeared in front of her, blocking the path with his imposing body. That aside, how are you going to explain the part about raping me and kidnapping my child? When it came to the ending part of that sentence, it was both oppressive yet also a bit sad. Then what do you want? Bai Yan subconsciously stepped backwards to gain some space. The man's eye narrowed down, his mouth a malicious grin. Of course, to rape you back. This was honestly the first time Bai Yan had ever heard someone say something so outlandish and with such confidence. As displeased as she was, she didn't dare raise an objection in these circumstances. Before she knew it, a powerful hand had grabbed her by the waist and off they went. With the adults gone, only Bai Shachin now remains in the yard. A long while later, only then did the baby boy come back to his senses to know he's about to cry. What happened to coming to steal me away? And why did the one to get stolen in the end is mommy instead of me? Little master. The baby tiger's weak voice drifted over from the side at this moment. Little Rice, where did you go just now? The boy grumpily asked. For a second there, Little Rice didn't know how to reply. Not like he can say he's been thrown away for crawling into Bai Yan's arm, can he? That's too shameful. I went to find reinforcement. He randomly made up an excuse. Then where's the reinforcement? I became worried halfway out, so I came back. Where's Mistress and that scary-looking man? When it came to this topic again, Bai Shachin's expression instantly turned sad again. That bad man snatched mother away and left me behind. Only she can plot against Di Tsong. Little Rice was speechless here. For some reason, he feels like the situation had exceeded his imagination. Inside an antiquely ordained bedroom, a man punishingly tosses his prize onto the bed and then firmly pressed down with his body. That voice low and fierce. You going to keep lying to me? Now that the evidence is conclusive, I like to see how this woman will keep justifying herself. That's when Bai Yan broke out into a laughing fit after hearing that remark. Then all of a sudden, she hooked her arms around the man's neck and smothered her lips against his. As the heat between their skin and flesh intermingled together, something else occurred on the male end, and it's not the good kind. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. It's boiling, it's erupting, it's absolutely screaming for release. Unable to resist the urge anymore, Di Tsong moved in, pulling that waist ever so close so that he can deepen that kiss and the impending act of their merger. Yen. The man's voice was dry and husky here, while those affectionate eyes were so full of desire that no woman can possibly mistake them for anything else. You're asking for it. At this moment, there's only one thought running through his mind, and that was to devour this woman before him. Unfortunately for him, due to his urgency for relief, Di Tsong had lost track of his usual keenness and didn't notice that sharp gaze from the woman. Those lips are simply too intoxicating. No matter how much he pressed in against them, it's never enough. Just that. When he's at the peak of his enjoyment, Di Tsong suddenly noticed something from that smiling face. Pricking his brow, he asked, "What did you do to me? Didn't you say you want to sleep with me?" Breaking free from her imprisonment, she first organized her messy hair before continuing. So, I secretly wiped some poison on my lips. The toxin will make you impotent for the next 3 months. Going dark in the face, Dee Song's throat became very dry as he watched those ever so juicy lips bounce around. You planned this the whole time? In his entire life, he had never fallen for another's trap, the exception being only this woman. This is not scheming, you know, it's self-defense. Smirking, Bai Yan's eye lit up. I'm good at saving people, that's a definite. However, I'm also good at poisoning others too. After the first time you tried to force your way into me that night, I immediately came up with this idea. How is it, the taste of my specially concocted poison? Dee Song's was already at a very critical stage when they were kissing, but due to the poison, he's getting no reaction down there after the first rise. Bai Yan. Gritting his teeth. You are the first person to ever successfully plot against me. Therefore, I'm going to take back what I said about making you give me 10 sons. Bai Yan pricked her brow after hearing this. This guy is going to give up? Unfortunately, she thought too highly of him. Before the idea could come to an end, the man's angry voice came again. You need to give me 10 sons and 10 daughters instead. New and old, whatever fault she has, he will get even with this woman all at once. Not minding that unrealistic remark, Bai Yan readily pulls the bed curtains down and used them to cover herself. Due to the transparency of those white coverings, it didn't help much in terms of shielding her body. Rather, it's quite provocative in this case. Oh, beautiful! Bai Yan deviously raises a smirk. Then using those evil fingers, she pinched the man on the chin and leaned in against him. You want to get back at me? Just so you know, it's not that easy, so you best give up. Feeling the woman's temperature again, Dee Song's breathing became heavier to the point his voice sounded rasp and harsh. Bai Yan, if you keep teasing me then I won't mind using only my fingers to do the job. Nangong Yi's fury, Bai Yan became a bit awkward in her face. Subconsciously, she wanted to cover up her lips, which also drew the little guy's attention. Seeing the small cut again, Bai Shachin immediately became furious. Did that big baddie bite you again? It's nothing. She became even more embarrassed and kneeled down to face the boy at an even level. How can I explain this to my own baby? Distress could be seen in the young boy's eye. Is it still hurting? I will blow on it, then it won't hurt anymore. Using that tiny body of his, Bai Shachin tries to raise his body height by tiptoeing his feet. Then with that soft cuddly hand, he begins to gently stroke that cut while also blowing at it. Shachin. Pulling the baby boy into her embrace, she changed her tone to a whispering one. Do you want to meet your grandfather? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Lighting up in the eye, the boy turned excited. Can I? You've already been discovered by Dee Song now, no reason to keep hiding at this point. What's more, her voice paused for a moment. Considering his personality, I doubt he will let anyone bully you. Watching this from the side, Little Rice couldn't resist rolling his tiger eyes at the remark. Bullying this little ancestor? More like the other way around. When did anyone ever get to bully him? Mother, I love you. Printing that soft tiny lip onto his mother's face, Bai Shachin made the most innocent and lovely smile a child can make. Mother, my grandfather will like me just like how uncle does, right? Ah. Making a small nod, she rubs the little guy on the head to give her answer. But there's no need to rush the meeting. I need to first think of a proper way to introduce you to them. Okay. Bai Shachin gleefully cheered. I'm going to tell Uncle this great news. Now I don't have to keep hiding. Looking at the little guy's excited little look, Bai Yan felt a bit guilty and sad inside because she's starting to doubt her decision from before. Maybe it was wrong to keep the boy hidden from the beginning. Have Little Rice go with you. She smiled, knowing there won't be any danger that can come to harm so long as the baby tiger was by her son's side. Besides, the people she had arranged for protecting her brother was also there. Crown Prince Manor. Ever since Bai Ruo returned from the palace, her hands been itching from time to time. The feeling was like having tens of thousands of ants crawling on one's body, annoying her to no ends. Boom. Suddenly, a foot slammed the door open. Looking up in astonishment, Bai Ruo can only see her livid-looking husband coming inside. Husband. Getting up quickly, she moves forward to greet the man. Unfortunately for her, due to the man's presence, she can only suppress the urge to scratch her body at this moment. Bai Ruo. Nan Gong-yi looked frightfully terrible. Is it you who told my mother to pass on that decree? Surprised by the sudden outburst, she hurried to ask, what happened? You dare ask me what has happened? You know very well what sort of personality Bai Ji has, yet you still had my mother match her to Deetsong? Because of that decree, my father became furious and removed my mother's title as queen. Now she's stuck inside the cold palace and none is allowed to visit her. Clutching his fist heavily, Nan Gong-yi's voice was filled with flaming anger. Contrary to the enraged attitude of her husband, Bai Ruo on the other hand was rather calm inside. The main reason, she just learned none can meet her mother-in-law inside the cold palace. Husband, how can I possibly persuade mother to do something like that? Biting her lip, she puts on an aggrieved appearance like she's being wronged here. When I went to the palace before, me and mother ended up meeting Bai Yan outside in the garden. She openly claimed the title of crown princess belongs to her and that one day she will certainly take it back. That made mother furious. Plus Lord Song is clearly fascinated with my sister, which is why the decree was sent out. Bai Xiachen goes to the Bai house. If anything else, we can sell this kid to another man as their XXXX toy. With that look, at the very least he's worth a Dan pill. Uncle. When Bai Xiachen, baby boy, heard those hollering words from the old granny, he immediately took on a shocked and frightened appearance. This old woman is so scary. She wouldn't be trying to sell me, right? Going soft in his eyes, Bai Xiao, brother, attempts to calm the boy. Don't worry, she doesn't have anything to do with you, so she has no grounds to try anything like that. Is that true? Wrinkling his cute little nose. But back when I was on the Holy Island, I saw a fox tricking a crow so that it could snatch the food right out of its mouth. The eyes it made is exactly like this woman, tricky and scheming. I'm scared. Old Madame Yu's face didn't look so well right now because she was constantly trying to suppress her urge to lash out at the boy. Don't worry, my tone was a little heavy there, but there's no way I would sell you. In the end you are still our blood. Through much difficulty, the shameless old woman finally manages an awkward smile that even a kid can see through it. Although the old granny went by the surname Yu, she had for many years considered herself a part of the Bai family, hence the reason why she could say such outlandish lies so smoothly. Moreover, don't you want to see your grandfather? Grandfather? Pinching his small little mouth in displeasure, that bad man wouldn't even get a doctor for my uncle when he's sick. Now this old woman actually wants me to go see him instead? Even if you won't recognize me as your great-grandmother, your grandfather is still your grandfather. That won't change no matter what. Now that you are here in the city, you must go meet him. If not, your mother's reputation will only get worse if the word spreads. The plan here was that she will first trick the foolish boy back into their home. Once that's done, they can do whatever they want afterwards. Little Xiachen. Watching the scheming old woman in front of him, Bai Zhao's expression grew even darker. Let me bring you back to your mother. Contrary to what the young man expected, his nephew didn't follow him when he tried to pull him away. Blinking those naive-looking eyes, okay, I will go see my grandfather. Pumph. That old batty bullied mother, so this time I'm going to have a whack at him. Old Madame Yu was quite complacent in her devious smile here, but before she can get cocky over her lies, a series of persuading voices broke out from the onlooking crowd. Little one, you mustn't go with her to the Bai house. She already called you a wild child earlier. If you do, you will definitely suffer at their hands. 6 years ago the world had assumed old Madame Yu fainted on the street because of her good relationship with Bai Yan after she eloped with another man. But now, after witnessing the insulting words from this old woman here, the crowd can see that's clearly not the case. Furthermore, there's been word coming out from the palace since this morning that the sovereign prince was the one who forced his way onto Bai Yan back then. If that's the truth, then the story preached around by the Bai house wouldn't stand anymore. Clearly there are many details missing from the original story. Dear uncles and aunties, Bai Xiachen politely made a bow to greet the good people. Back when my mother held the banquet at the lawn house, she had already dissolved any relationship she had with the Bai house. However, this old woman keeps on bothering me despite that fact, claiming I will humiliate my mother if I don't go with her. In order to not bring shame to my mother, I can only make a trip back with her to settle this for good. I'm his grandmother. Inside the private room, a waft of soothing fragrance could be picked up by the nose upon entry. This left Yu Rong very uncomfortable because she's accustomed to these types of settings. I have a child in my hand that looks very good, even better than those fairy boys from the stories. I can sell him to you. Lady Chu pricked her brow. Doesn't this Bai family only have one grandson? It can't be. She's daring enough to sell a child of the royal family? Madam Bai, as far as I know, there is only one grandchild in your family, and that is the son of Crown Prince Nan Gongyi. Don't tell me you are planning to sell the royal grandson to our flower brothel? No, Yu Rong hurriedly shook her head. I still have another grandson. He is Bai Yan's son. I have here his portrait, so please have a look. After that, she immediately took out the rushed portrait and lay it out in front of the woman. This translation is only hosted on Catranslation. Although Lady Chu continues to keep up her smile while she did so, those eyes are clearly cold. Madam Bai, I heard that Bai Yan's mother is Lan Yue. If that's the case, you technically don't count as her mother, meaning you are not the child's grandmother. Do you even have the right to decide his fate? This woman is real bold. She actually has the audacity to sell mistress's own son? And of all the places they want to sell to, it's the flower brothel? Lady Chu, that's your misunderstanding. Making an assuring smile, Bai Yan's mother died early on, making me her mother now. If I want to sell my own grandson, then that's a matter of course. You can see that face too. The kid is definitely a 1 in 1,000. And if you still aren't satisfied, then you can even take Bai Yan along with him. For them both, I only have one condition. I want to see the head of the flower brothel, or even an elder or guardian will do too. Madam Bai, we have a rule here in the flower brothel. If anyone wishes to sell themselves to us, they must come in person and agree to the terms. Otherwise, we will never accept them. Slowly standing up, Lady Chu's voice became a tad colder than before. So, you can leave now. I will not break the rules for you. Lady Chu. Getting up from her seat immediately, Yu Rong looked very anxious in her eyes. This child is a stubborn one, so unless the flower brothel handles him. Someone come, send our customer away. After leaving behind this sentence, Lady Chu swiftly walked out of the private room and out the flower brothel. As soon as she did so, she made sure to keep an extra eye out for her own back to make sure none was tailing her. Determining it's safe, only then did she make her way to a certain old manor in the city. As Lady Fate would have it, she ends up bumping into the one she seeks right outside the gate, which was Hua Luo, the head of the flower brothel. Lady Chu pays her greeting to head. She hurriedly made a small curtsy as a form of respect. Finding how rushed her subordinate was in coming over, Hualua's brow inexplicably curled into a knot. You came to see me? Yes, head. Yu Rong visited me just now, and she also brought a portrait of the little master. In that second, Hualua's face instantly went darkly cold, and then, sell Bai Shuchen to the flower brothel? Just hearing this was enough to make her laugh from the hearts down. She asked to see you as payment, but I rejected her offer and came over right away to report this to you. Telling the truth, Lady Chu was still slightly huffing in her voice due to how fast she walked over here. Don't worry about it, just keep tabs on that shameless woman like before. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. With the wisdom of the little master, the Bai family can forget about succeeding against him. Stunned by the instruction, Lady Chu started to grumble with a hint of discontent and sourness in her voice. Head, when can I stop doing this task? Dealing with that disgusting woman every day will make me go crazy at this rate. Since the day she got close to Yu Rong as per ordered, the disgusting woman had constantly tried to bridge a link between her Bai family and the flower brothel. After being annoyed more than 5 times a day, she in the end had to make up an excuse and say she's too low standing to achieve such a favor. Only like that did the pesky flies stop having wishful thoughts. Did I owe you a favor in my past life? Mother, blinking those babyish eyes, is it you who ordered Auntie Chu to go there? Stunned by the comment, Bai Xiao once again turned his gaze to the woman in question. Lady Chu is a member of the flower brothel, so why is Xiachen using the word order? Little Rice came back before and told me your intent, therefore I had your Auntie Chu go there to serve as the witness. Bai Yen then slightly wrinkled her brow. Though you pulled it off beautifully this time, but I won't allow another risky attempt like this in the future. Do you understand me? Pinching his mouth to one side, Bai Xiaochen looked a little unhappy. I only wanted the world to not misunderstand you. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Feeling the warmth flowing out from her heart, Bai Yen promptly wrapped the little steam bun up with her whole body to show how much she cared for him. But, tilting her small little head, Bai Xiaochen questioningly asked, but did you also make the Qian family go too? Qian family? Narrowing her eyes, Bai Yen once again recalled that night where she had to flee from this place. What happened? How can the Qian family appear at the critical moment? Does it? All of a sudden, a certain handsome and overbearing face appeared in her mind, leaving Bai Yen in a momentary trance. Is he responsible for that? Must be him. Aside from him, no one in the kingdom can make the Qian family do that when they are also one of the 3 major families here. Sister. Making a complicated face, Bai Xiao sounded a little worried in his voice. How did you get acquainted with the flower brothel? What's more, why is the people from that place taking her orders? Bai Yen knew her brother would surely ask this question. Not hiding it from the boy, she makes a rarely seen cheeky smile. The flower brothel had been mine since a few years ago. This woman beside me is the head of the place. Her name is called Hualuo. This was like an earth-rumbling explosion, leaving the boy speechless and lost for a proper response. Although the flower brothel can't be called a respectable organization, but its influence was on par with the royal family. Such a powerful entity now belongs to his sister? My sister? Even more importantly, Yurong actually want to sell his nephew to the flower brothel? So, Bai Yen slowly rose from her seat and gracefully walked towards her brother. Like I said before, even if you don't take the Bai house, I can still take down this country for you. Her promise will never be revoked. Bai Xiao didn't respond to her sister's comment. Looking down at the ground, that handsome face was shrouded in gloom. Then after a long while of seemingly forever, he looks up again like he's made his decision. Yours is yours. As a man, it's my duty to hold up the sky. Not to mention, he pauses, then firmly said the rest. The current Bai house only reached its current state thanks to mother. I cannot let her efforts fall into waste. Sister is already strong enough. That means I only need to become stronger to protect her in the future. Sister. Gently hugging his sister, Bai Xiao smiles at her in a reassuring manner. Don't worry about me, I will not be in danger. No matter what happens, I am still the only male in the Bai house. That man will not be too excessive with me. Seeing her brother being so insistent, Bai Yen can only relent and let the boy do as he wishes. Besides, she already stationed her people around to protect him in secret. There's nothing to worry about. If you need anything, then you must come find me. Patting the boy's shoulder, she sounded demanding, Xiao, you are my one and only brother, remember that. Happily nodding at her sister's attitude, Bai Xiao smiled back. Sister, I feel like I must have owed you a favor in my past life. That's why we are siblings in this life. It's so that I can thank you in the future and be by your side. Sister, I'm sorry I didn't believe in you back then and even blamed you for leaving. From now on, I will never let that happen again. True affection. 1. The royal family will take charge in searching for her if she's missing. It has nothing to do with us. Stretching lazily from her bed, brother, go find Xiaochen and I'll take him to our grandparents' place later. The incident from last night will surely raise the awareness of the Lan family, so explaining her son's existence wouldn't be difficult. Sister, have you finally decided to let Xiaochen meet them? Bai Zhao's expression looked very excited, even more so than the matter regarding the queen's disappearance. Nodding to confirm her answer, then I'll go find him now to tell him this good news. This translation is only Cat translation. Bai Xiaochen's greatest hope was to get the family's recognition. If he were to learn that he's able to come out in the open, it's certain that he will be very excited. As such, Bai Xiao immediately ran out of the room after saying this sentence, leaving only the somewhat dazed Bai Yen in the background. At the moment, Bai Xiaochen was nestling in the Wang family's estate. With a pig trotter in hand, his mouth was full of grease. How is it? Isn't my mother's cooking awesome? I robbed it from Little Rice. Considering how proud he looks, one will surely take it as a form of gloating over her mother's awesomeness. Xiaochen, didn't you say you were going to leave? Stuffed with meat in his big fat mouth, Wang Xiaopeng chubby, could barely make his words audible. Pinching his mouth to the side, the boy sounded displeased in his voice. Don't remind me. Just when I was about to leave, the big baddie caught me. Fortunately though, I don't have to hide anymore because of that. Blinking his big baby eyes, he used a baiting tone to continue his words. Let me tell you a secret, I also ran off to find that bad woman to get revenge. Then does that mean you won't have to leave? That's awesome then. Taking another bite from the pig trotter, Wang Xiaopeng appeared quite excited at the news. To tell you the truth, I was going to miss you a lot. Miss me? Who was the one who completely tossed me aside over some sugar beans the other day? There's clearly still a hint of grudge over his friend's treatment from yesterday. Xiaochen. Suddenly, a call for him came from the outside. Uncle is calling for me now. Jumping up from the chair, he first wiped the grease from his mouth before turning back to his friends. Xiaopeng chubby, Xiaoptong little sister, I am very happy to have met you too. Let's be good friends for a lifetime. Now that he doesn't need to be sent back, it also means he no longer have to worry about leaving behind these newfound friends of his. At no time before this had he been happier. Blinking his chubby eyes, Wang Xiaopeng also felt happy over his friend's situation as he watched that disappearing back. After leaving the Wang family's home, Bai Xiaochen immediately saw a young boy quietly standing to the side of the road. Delighted by the sight, he quickly trotted over with his tiny legs and jumped into those arms. Uncle, before I only had mother and my grandchiefess, oh yes, there's also godfather and sister Chu. But now I got so many family and friends, I'm so happy. Poor little Rice, the boy manages to mention everyone but him. Xiaochen. Aching inside, Bai Xiao gently caresses that tiny head with warmth. In the future, the number of people around you will only grow more and more. Really? Bai Xiaochen's eyes were very bright, brighter than the very stars in the night. However, the most important person in my heart is still mother. Breaking out into a laugh, Bai Xiao was truly touched by the little guy's affection towards his mother. Dan Pill Gifting Conference. You also prepared a gift? Old Madame Lan was a little surprised there. You child, it's already good enough that you brought Xiaochen here. Why the gifts? She looks at Bai Yen in a reproaching manner. Grandmother, there's a special meaning to this gift. As it so happens, they are exactly what the family needs in these times. Making a warm smile, she continues with a hint of mystique. Son, bring out the gifts you prepared. Gleefully getting off from his great-grandfather's embrace, Bai Xiaochen then brought out several porcelain bottles to hand it over to his mother. From the batch, Bai Yen first picked out a bottle for the quiet Lan Xiaoyan, girl cousin, standing to the side. Xiaoyan, why are you so quiet today? Huh. Hearing the familiar voice, the quiet girl quickly regained her strength and became a little embarrassed. I was at the criminal division earlier because Lord Song gave me permission. That's when I saw how miserable Bai Ji was. So, I was just thinking how I should go add fuel to the fire on my second visit. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. It's pretty obvious at this point her hatred for the other girl had penetrated straight into her bones. In particular was after last night where she learned of Yu Rong's horrible deeds from back then. Selling her cousin? Want to burn her cute nephew? With that sort of grudge, how can she not go make trouble for her enemy in the prison cell? Only a fool wouldn't. You don't have to worry about Bai Ji for now. Bai Yen then hands the selected bottle to her younger cousin. This here is a second-grade genuine spiritual pill. I can see your cultivation is already at the peak of the yellow rank. With it, you are sure to break through your bottleneck. Troubled in the face, Lan Xiaoyun sounded hesitant in her voice. This is... Dan pill? It's for me? In recent days, the girl had indeed reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, hence the reason why old Lord Lan was planning to purchase a Dan pill for her breakthrough in the coming days. However, he didn't expect Bai Yen to deliver it in such a timely manner. Bai Yen ignored her cousin's surprised look. Instead she shifted her gaze over to her big cousins Lan Xiaoling, biggest, and Lan Xiaoyan, second cousins. I know your strength is already at the Earth class level, so a second-grade Dan pill will be useless for you too. Therefore, I prepared these third-grade Great Spirit pills instead. Though they cannot directly help you to make a breakthrough, but the effects will slowly come through. This. Now both men were stunned by this. Watching the bottles directed at themselves, neither could bring their hands to accept the gift. Each bottle has more than a dozen in there, more than enough for a good while. Uncles, Bai Xiachen innocently giggled. Hurry and take these sugar beans. If anything, I can just eat less snacks in the next while. Amused by the comment, Lan Yu makes a gentle pinch at the little guy's cheek. Your mother is trying to give us Dan pills. What does that have to do with your snacks? Tilting his head, Bai Xiachen answered honestly without thinking it through, because these are my snacks. Little Rice always tries to fight with me to eat more. Snacks? Twitching in the mouth, Lan Yu almost couldn't believe his ears. This is too extravagant. My dear, old Lord Lan frowns. I know you took on a 4th-rank alchemist as your Shifu, master, but by giving us all these stuff, wouldn't your Shifu be mad and blame you? Never in the old grandpa's mind did the idea of Bai Yan being a powerful alchemist cross his mind. It can't be helped, the former Bai Yan's talent was simply too mediocre. Though she's been gone and must have encountered something great, but the time frame was only 6 years. Then there's also the matter of childcare. The most old Lord Lan expected was Bai Yan being a second-rate alchemist at best. Cruel things, it should be you who needs to apologize to this little brother here. Based on what? I am the royal grandson of the king. Whatever I do is always right. Royal grandson? Blinking his baby eyes, now Bai Xiachen finally understood why this fat kid would be so arrogant. He's the son of Bai Ruo, that evil woman. Little Rice, go bite him. After learning this fat kid was the son of his enemy, Bai Xiachen immediately made his command and let loose the baby tiger for a little rampage. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, Meow. Without delay, Little Rice quickly rushes forward for the indicated target. Using those sharp claws and fangs of his, he swiftly swiped them across the little bully's face and caused a shrieking amount of pain in its wake. Save me, all of you hurry and come save me. The eunuchs and maids originally wanted to go nab Bai Xiachen there, but upon hearing that screaming voice in the back, they immediately made a returning dash for the kitty instead. Sadly for them though, the kitty's movements were too flexible. In a flash, Little Rice had escaped the encirclement and was right behind the bully's back, a perfect spot for another swipe of his claws. Bleeding profusely at the neck area from the second swing, there's no question that the little bully was in some serious pain here. Watching this from the side, the other princes and princesses were all shuddering at the sight. Subconsciously, they took a step backwards to gain some more distance between themselves and the horrific boy. Are you all right? Running up to the skinny boy, Bai Xiachen lends a helping hand to the poor kid. My name is Bai Xiachen and my mother is Bai Yan. She is the most beautiful and kind woman in the world. The skinny boy hesitated at first from that outreaching hand, but once he came back to his senses, he happily took it. My name is Nangong Zhuren. Now that you've offended the royal grandson for my sake, there's no way he will let you go. Pinching his mouth to the side, Bai Xiachen appeared a little unhappy. So what if he's the royal grandson? I'm not afraid of him. My mother said I shouldn't go make trouble, but I mustn't run from trouble either if they come knocking. Whenever Bai Xiachen mentions the word mother, the light in the skinny boy's eye would grow dimmer. You don't have to worry. If my mother knows that you've been bullied, then she will definitely not sit idle. Making a reassuring gesture, Bai Xiachen confidently pats his chest. Evoking a bittersweet smile, Nangong Zhuren appeared quite sad at the topic. It's so good to have a mother. His mother was but a palace maid here and he himself a child born of mistake when the king became intoxicated one night. To make it more embarrassing, the man himself had completely forgotten about the incident after coming to. If not for his mother becoming pregnant after the case, none would have ever known. Though his mother had managed to give birth to himself through much difficulty, but in the end a place like the palace wasn't one for a person without backing. Eventually, his mother perished under the continuous grind of life here, leaving him all alone to suffer in this world. Nangong Zhuren, from now on my mother is your mother. Bai Xiachen grabs at the boy's wrist. Come with me, I will take you to see my mother. Going stiff in the body, Nangong Zhuan's brow inexplicably furrowed into a knot as his eyes looked down at the pulling hand. Finding the boy not moving, Bai Xiachen turns around to see why. That's when he noticed Nangong Zhuan trying to look away after being caught. Wrinkling his lovely face at the strange behavior, he swiftly raised the skinny boy's sleeve to investigate. Though Bai Xiachen had prepared himself for the worst here, but that sight was still shocking beyond his belief. That skinny arm from the wrist up was in complete tatters. There's not a single patch of skin still intact. Bruises of all kind, green, purple, and scars of burn and knife marks. Just watching it would make one ache in the heart. Very uncomfortable inside, Bai Xiachen was seriously wondering who could do such a cruel thing. To an 8-year-old child no less. If an arm is already like this, then what about that body? Wouldn't there be even more injuries underneath that linen robe? Innocent Ditsong, before anyone else can speak up here, the old queen had already come over under the support of a palace maid. Due to her excessive rage, that frail body was constantly shaking. "Queen Mother, what are you doing here?" asked Nangong Yuan with a tinge of surprise in that voice. Stern in her expression, the old queen lashes out. "I don't care about whatever worship of the beasts, or whatever royal grandson, you must punish this boy today. He is bold enough to beat his own uncle and scold at me with his finger pointing out. What's more, he can actually call me old hag and claim he will drive me out of the palace. And there's also your son. He ignored my orders and had the guards besieged by Yen and her son. That you must also manage." This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Nangong Yuan's face abruptly changed. Turning to his grandson, he snapped, "Come apologize to your great-grandmother." "I will not. Apologize now." The king's voice went up a few notches, a sign that his temper was starting to flare up. As a dutiful son, he most certainly won't allow someone to openly point at his mother and start scolding her. It's just that the child in question was born under special circumstances. He can't exactly punish that one either. Beginning to give in, Nangong Lin bully finally submitted because he do hold some fear towards this grandfather of his. "I'm sorry." As weak as that voice was, it's still an apology. "The person you should apologize to isn't me. What's more, your mistake is so huge that mere words won't be enough." The old queen's face remains unkind as she dragged Nangong Zhuan, skinny boy, to the forefront. Like before, she pulls open that linen robe to reveal the wounds underneath. "Look at your son here. Is this how you care for your son as a father? Your son is facing such discrimination and you never once bothered to intervene? If you won't care for him, then I will. From now on this child shall be raised by me." Watching those heart-numbing wounds, the man himself only made a slight frown. Inwardly, he honestly didn't feel much because he had conceived so many children over the years. Besides, this one was an accident, a dispensable byproduct of a one-night stand. Not missing the face coming off of the king, Bai Yen couldn't resist a snickering sneer. It's as they say, kings are always the most heartless. "Queen Mother, since Lin Bully knows his wrong now, we should just let the matter slide. I will compensate the child here to make it up to him." "I don't want any compensation." Nangong Zhuan stubbornly raises his little face. He made a mistake, so he should pay the price. Not looking so well, Nangong Yuan didn't think the child would be daring enough to openly refute his suggestion. Just as he wanted to continue his persuasion, a bloodthirsty and indifferent voice chimed in, causing the man himself to go stiff in the body. "When did I ever agree to let him go?" Awkwardly twisting his head around, his smile was very stiff and weird. "Disong, Lin is but a child. And my son is an adult then? But Miss Bai Yen over there seriously injured one of our guards. That should be enough to even the fault. That's because he deserved it." Cold and indifferent in that voice, Ditsong only had Bai Yen in his eyes as he spoke. Yen, come to my side. Today I like to see who will dare touch my wife and child." Doing as told, she slowly walked up to the man's side and whispered into that ear, "You know you didn't have to come, I could have handled it. And what does that matter to me? She can deal with it, is her business, me wanting to protect her and my child is my business." Lagging there for a second, Bai Yen found herself choking for a proper response. Why is he so frustrating every time he speaks? Even so, she understands the meaning behind that statement. Di-tsang. All of a sudden, Bai Yen made a grab for the man's collar after realizing something crucial. Didn't I tell you before not to tell anyone about Xiachen being your son? Didn't you say you understand? Punishment 2. The complexion in the crowd would darken by an ounce following each count by the skinny boy. This included Nangan Yuan King, because he never expected the perpetrator of that big fire to be Nangong Lin bully. This is just too outrageous. Waiting until his friend finishes going through his pains, Bai Xiachen then blinked at his father. Did you remember them all, handsome father? I'm rather fond of paying them back one step at a time. However they are given, I like it to be returned in the same manner. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Oh, yes. The little steam bun seems to have recalled something again. The little bully also said he's going to kill me and wipe my family out. Aren't you alive still? Your mother is fine too. Even if you want payback, you can't take his life. Nangong Yi blurts this out in his urgency. Oh, you are right. Nodding, but the way he threatened me is enough to make him owe me. Let's do this. Father, if he is still alive after we light his house on fire, you can bring him to me. I just so happen to lack some playmates. Of course, the play part wasn't actually play, it's without a doubt a form of torture. Alright, we can do that. Towards the boy's demand, Di-tsang was at the point where he will satisfy them all if asked. No, I don't agree. Bai Ruo had just wanted to get up when that oppressive gaze shot over again. In that instant, her knees felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. Biting her lips, Father, please, I beg you. Don't send my son over to them. This boy is so vicious, he will no doubt bully my Lin bully. Gently closing his eyes, Nangong Yuan King only opened his eyes after a long period of contemplation. Though it was but a brief minute, it was enough to make this once stoic-looking ruler age over a decade. It shall be done as Lord Song says. He originally thought Nangong Lin had only bullied Nangong Zhuan, but to commit arson for murder? If this continues, a disaster will just be a matter of time even if the child does ascend to the throne. Therefore, Nangong Yuan intends to use this incident to better the child. If that kid can change, then that's great. Otherwise he will have to rethink the line of ascension. Seeing even the king had forsaken her son, Bai Ruo finally lost all form of strength and plopped to the ground. I don't want to go. Nangong Lin sends an eyeful at his enemy. I don't want to go to his place, nor do I want to play with him. It's pretty obvious here that the fatty had mistook that term for its literal meaning. In reality, the only one that's being played was him. Handsome father. Blinking with those lovely eyes, Bai Xiachen doesn't appear to be satisfied yet. The matter with him may be solved, but there's still Bai Ruo and her husband. Turning green upon being placed in the spotlight, Nangong Yi, Crown Prince, subconsciously turns to his father. Sadly for him though, he only got the cold shoulder here. Even until now, the prince still doesn't understand why his father would be so fearful of Di-tsang. Is the man that scary that he can do whatever he pleases? You can decide their fate. Sweeping his sight across the two in question, Di-tsang then turns back to face the miniature version of himself. Tilting his little head like he's in a dilemma, I can't think of a punishment severe enough for them. Why don't we just give them 100 rods in the butt? We can have my mother's big cousin do it. From the moment Nangong Yi heard that outlandish statement, he nearly puked blood. 100 rods? And to let Lan Shaoling perform the deed? Chu 1. Pricking up his mouth, the little steam bun replies, the baddie is so fierce, I don't want him. Inside Bai Xiachen's little heart, only those who are gentle and kind can be good to his mother. But, tilting his head, out of consideration for his help today, I will admit his status as baddie father even if I'm a bit reluctant. Only baddie father. Let's go then. Holding those baby hands, Bai Yen led the way with a brilliant smile. Everyone should be waiting for us at the Lan residence. We should go home now. Go home. That comment causes the boy to blink with astonishment. Because aside from their home at the Holy Island, they now have a home here too. Mother, do you like baddie father? Bai Xiachen asks with great difficulty. If his mother likes the man then he will too. though not fully willing, but he will still do that for his mother's sake. Pausing, Bai Yen halted in her steps as the image of Di Tsong's arrogant face comes to mind. I don't mind, nor do I hate him. She shakes her head in the end after a brief contemplation. That's right, that's all there is. That's so. Bai Shachen may be still ignorant about things like love, but there's a nagging notion that's been bothering him up to this point. It's the way his mother treats everyone else compared to his father. She didn't directly refuse like how she did with his godfather back at the Holy Land. Just when Bai Shachen was still thinking about all these unnecessary things, Bai Yen had come knocking down with her fist at the baby's head. Quit thinking about all these unrelated matters. Regardless of your godfather or that man, I won't accept either of them. Unlike some women out there, Bai Yen wasn't the type to give herself out so easily. This was especially true when she still hasn't thoroughly understood the other side yet. How sad, I'm a child without a father. Making an aggrieved face, the little steam bun covers his head like he's still hurt, thus forcing his mother to rub it for comfort. As long as Di Tsong doesn't try to take you away, then you can always go find him, she declares. As a mother, Bai Yen understands that keeping a child from their father can be a cruel thing to do. Therefore she will allow them to meet, but that's all. She will never allow her son to be taken away without her permission. In response to her mother's remark, Bai Shachen only uttered a small affirming cry. In truth, he didn't care much about his father, he only wants a sister, that's all. Once the pair arrives at home, old Madame Lan was the first to come greet them. Rushing over in haste, she literally did a full body checkup in order to confirm their well-being. However annoying as that maneuver was, it did cheer the little steam bun up. Donning a bright smile, he happily went over the various encounters and places he saw inside the palace. Also, he made sure to inform Lan Shaoling of his task of carrying out the punishment. Looking at the excited face of the kid, old Lord Lan's usual grumpy attitude too became a smiling one. Not bothering to wait, he tasked the servants to bring out the dishes for dinner. Once the food was done and everyone ready to head back to their rooms, Bai Yen was stopped in her steps when a white pigeon broke through the window and lands right in front of her. Mistress, who sent the letter? Little Rice asked after seeing the woman unscrolling the message from the pigeon's leg. She's here. Perhaps it's her mood being very joyous, even her eyes are full of smiles. She's here? Blinking at the statement, Little Rice didn't quite understand who Bai Yen was referring to. Little Rice, in a bit I want you to tell my son that I'm going out to pick up someone. The dead man is here again. 1. Exchanging between themselves, the surrounding guards suddenly made a very sympathetic expression towards this so-called Bai family. No matter who it was, anyone unfortunate enough to catch the little princess's fancy will be tortured till they cry. That's a fact, not a guess. Little princess, the elders said you can only come out for a brief while on this trip. One of the guards cautiously came forward and reminded the maiden of this fact. There's no other way because the girl was simply too dangerous to leave unrestrained. If left here to do as she pleases, no doubt the entire Lu Ho kingdom will fall into chaos at her hands. Raising a smile, Chu Yi didn't mind the warning and went ahead to curl her arms around Bai Yan's. Go back and tell the elders I'm going to stay here for a while with Bai Yan. They won't have any more opinions then. This translation is only hosted on Translation by Yen. The guards were all confused by this. This name was rather foreign to them. However, through the little princess's mouth, it sounded like Bai Yen was no ordinary person. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, the guard seems to have recalled something important. Their bodies stiffening as a result of their revelation. Little princess, it can't be this Miss Bai Yen is. Before the guards could finish their words, Chi had already turned around to warn them with her stare. If you say anything more to reveal Bai Yan's presence, then don't blame me for not warning you. The elders will definitely not let you people live afterwards. Gasping with an intense fright, the guards were in utter shock as they inhaled deeply. Little princess, is she really the one from the Holy Island? According to what they know, several years ago the elders had taken in a genius disciple. Not only was this individual gifted in alchemy at the supernatural level, even the elders could only admit defeat when placed against her. What's more, it's even said that the Lord of the Holy Land was very fond of the woman and had forbid the other disciples from entering the Holy Island, all for the sake of keeping the peace in that place. And now, that very same person was now standing in front of them. That very person. Extremely excited in their expressions, the guards would honestly rush home this instant just so they can gloat to their friends. Of course, there's no way they can do that under the threat here. Let's go then. Pulling Chu Yi's hand, Bai Yen led the girl out of the forested R and towards the city gate. Along the way, Chu Yi appears to be excited along every inch of the way, like she's extremely curious about the things in the outside world. I'm going to first send you to the old manor for now. Don't make trouble while I'm not around, okay? Knowing the girl's personality, Bai Yen didn't forget to give a final warning. Unlike her son, who will mostly only retaliate when provoked first, Chu Yi was on a whole different scale in comparison. If the person so much as didn't fit her liking, the girl will seriously go pummel them just for the heck of it without reason. I know, you don't need to keep reminding me, you know. Puckering her lips in a disapproving manner, Chu Yi clearly didn't pay any heed to the warning based on how excitedly flushed her cheeks were. Knowing exactly what's going on in the girl's mind, Bai Yen was seriously doubting her decision of letting the Chu Yi stay. We're here. Once at the entrance to the old manor, a shocking cry suddenly interrupted their focus from the back. Bai Yen, why are you here? This voice clearly carried a sense of surprise in there, thus causing Bai Yen to halt in her steps. Slightly swinging her head around, she faces the middle-aged man before her with those unemotional eyes. Do you have an issue with me being here? A bit embarrassed by the question, Bai Zhengxiang's awkwardly replied, I came here to meet the people from the flower brothel. Oh right, why are you able to go in? Originally the man wanted to explain himself some more, but a realization suddenly dawned on him. Can it be Bai Yen is related to the flower brothel? If so, I can use this and get a connection with those inside. The dead man is here again, too. It didn't take much for Bai Yen to see through to the man's intent. Sneering in her mouth, you want to use me to build a connection with the flower brothel, aren't you? Let me state this clearly first. I don't hold any weight with them, so lose the idea. Wait. Seeing his daughter about to leave, Bai Zhengxiang hurriedly called out, Daughter, I know I've wronged you. Can you forgive me? Unemotional in her eyes, Bai Yan's gaze was no different from someone looking at a stranger. I heard you, and I much prefer it that you don't come looking for me again. Turning anxious in his expression, I have something else I need to ask of you. Ditsong is so fond of you now, can you ask him to release your sister Ji? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. Laughing at the request, there's no happiness or kindness, only a biting cold in the girl's voice. Sister? So even she knows how to come seek my help when in need? Then how about back then? When I was starving in the winter cold, did she ever thought about giving me some food? I still remember what wrong you said to me back then. She said I never contributed to the Bai house, so I didn't deserve anything. She would rather feed it to the dogs than to feed me. So, my brother and I would often have to make do with no more than half a bowl of rice in a day. I was scared and hungry. With nowhere else to turn to, I ran to seek your help. And guess what you did? You yelled at me and directly kicked me out of the study room and called me ungrateful and a liar. And now, this man wants to talk family bonds? As if the world would have such a good thing going around? Left with no way to rebuke, Bai Zhengxiang became weak in his voice. Daughter, I know I didn't do a good job, but please, help your sister. Consider it me apologizing here today. Since you know you have wronged me, then why are you asking me to plead for you? Do you know the crime of impersonating a royal family member? It's the death sentence. The fact that Ditsong didn't outright kill her is already a great act of mercy. Now she only needs to suffer a bit of pain and you still want less? Daughter, with pain in his eyes, how can she bear that sort of pain when she's been protected throughout her life? I know if you just go ask Ditsong, then surely he will do as you say. And even if I and you Rong have wronged you, Ji is still your younger sister. She is innocent. I hope you can forgive them and not hold a grudge. My daughter is kind and gentle, so as a father, how can I idly watch and do nothing? No matter what, I will rescue Ji from the prison. Sneering derisively, And what does that have to do with me? What's more, this time she's here to topple the entire Bai family. Once she's done investigating the truth, then nothing will get in her way. Bai Yen scram. Like a thundering boom, the word scram reverberated across the man's heart. With disbelief in his eyes, Bai Zhengxiang simply couldn't believe such a thing could come out of this daughter of his. She told you to scram, did you not hear it? Looking at the man in a condescending manner, Chu Yi takes on a superior position with her pose. I have never seen such a shameless person before. Bai Yen, I say you should cut off all ties with him this instant and become my father's daughter instead. As soon as this topic came up of her own accord, Chu Yi would feel a bit wronged inside. She herself was the true daughter of her father, yet the old man would always lecture her about not being good enough. To add insult to the wound, her own father had even given away the Holy Island. Fortunately, the person was Bai Yen, so she didn't mind it. Otherwise, Bai Zhengxiang was already quite displeased inside over Bai Yan's rude remarks, but to be openly insulted in the public by some random girl, he naturally wouldn't sit tight. And who are you? What right do you have to cut into our conversation? The dead man is here again. 3. Chu Yi's body was trembling with anger. She, the pampered princess of the Holy Land, had always been treated with the utmost respect. Never had she been exposed to such grief. This Bai Zhengxiang. Actually say I don't have any right to cut in? Have you all left yet? If not, then I order all of you to capture this man. Exactly when Chu Yi blurts her command out, the guards that's part of her entourage immediately came out of hiding. Despite their silence, those faces clearly had an awkward expression to them. Although they knew that with Bai Yen here, the princess will surely not be in any danger. However, that doesn't excuse them from returning to the Holy Land on their own. But to be discovered by the little princess so easily. You. Bai Zhengxiang was full of anger in his eyes. Just when he wanted to yell out, 2 of the men in white quickly stepped forward and locked his arms from both sides. Under the shackling gesture, Bai Zhengxiang was horrified in the next instant when he wanted free himself. It appears his power had been sealed. Bai Yen, you won't get mad at me for teaching your father a lesson, right? Blinking her innocent yet devilish eyes, Chu Yi asked with worry in her tone. Pricking her brow, he has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't kill him, then it's all fine with me. If her friend here intends to use her entourage, then she might as well sit back and watch instead of making a move herself. Great! Happily clapping her hands together like an excited child, the young maiden then points to another one of her protectors. You two start slapping him. Yes, little princess. Princess? Bai Zhengxiang widened his eyes in shock. Is this girl a princess of some kingdom? This time I really am careless, to think I would bump heads with a princess. Without hesitation, the guard sends a direct slap across the man's face. As a result of the intense force, that mouth quickly began seeping blood from the corner. Despite the anger boiling up inside, Bai Zhengxiang didn't dare direct it at the young maiden. Instead, it was directed at Bai Yen. And here I was feeling guilty about this girl. I should have strangled her when she was born, then none of this would have ever occurred. Bai Yen, I am your father. You having other people hit me is a sin, a big sin. The heavens will punish you for this. There's a seniority to things. Regardless of the mistake the elders make, the younger generation has no right to take revenge. For people like Bai Yen who would hit their own father, only misfortune awaits. Well, that's the sort of logic running through the man's head anyways. Whether it's right or wrong, that's definitely up for debate. And so what if Ji likes Lord Song? What's wrong with that? You are the elder sister, so it's only right that you yield to your younger sister. Pa. Afraid the man might say more infuriating words, the guard responsible for the punishment hastened his slaps and attacked from both left and right. No different from a machine gun with his hands, Bai Zhengxiang's outcome for his dirty mouth was a bruised pig face, thus forcing him to shut up completely. Step aside. Dark in her expression, Bai Yen coldly orders. Slightly stunned by the command, the white guards only took a second to do as told. With a path open now, Bai Yen slowly came up to this man that's supposedly her father. Then without indication, she suddenly lifted her foot and makes a mega stomp onto that chest, sending the bruised-faced man flying out a dozen meters as a result. When that body finally came down again, Bai Zhengxiang was already out on the main street with a bunch of bystanders pointing at him in gossip. "Close the door." While the white guards were still in shock, the woman's indifferent voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Afraid for their own life, they immediately slammed the door without a second thought. "Bai Yan, your kicking posture there is so cool. You know, I just found out that I've become obsessed with you to the point of being infatuated." Chu happily stuck her face up to tell her friend this. Sudden tenderness, too. "Little princess, I feel like they are more like flirting there." One of the girl's entourage shakily states his mind. Turning around to glare at the person, Chu grumpily rebukes the claim. "Have you ever seen someone say they will lop off your hands when flirting? Don't forget, all of you are part of the Holy Land. If you are going to support someone, it has to be my brother. I don't care, go prepare the paper and inks for me. I'm going to write a letter to my brother and warn him." Although Bai Yan had warned her not to divulge the situation to anyone, but things are getting too serious. "But the young lord is currently in closed-door training," one of the guards timidly reminded the girl. Annoyed by the constant irritation, Chu directly sends a slap onto the unlucky guy's head. "Xiachen has been discovered and my future sister-in-law is about to be stolen. What the heck is he still training for?" Scared to the point of not daring to talk back, the guards knew the girl cannot be stopped once she's decided on something. Unfortunately, they seems to have forgotten one crucial fact. Unless the man in question decides to come out of his own volition, the letter won't be able to reach him. Considering Chu Yi's IQ, there's no way the girl would think of this flaw in her plan. As such, when Qi Fengyi finally got the chance to read the message, things were already too late. In the backyard where the fake mountain stood, Bai Yan was currently having a tough time dealing with a certain persistent man that just won't go away. "I've already allowed Xiachen to admit your status as his father, why do you keep coming to find me?" Snickering a laugh, Di Tsong sounded very devious in the way he talked. "You raped me, for that, our relationship will forever be tied together in this life." Steaming to the point where she didn't know how to reply, Bai Yan could only take it because it's as the man said. Back then it was she who raped him. "Bai Yan, our son can only have me as his father, and you can only have me as your man." Closing in, Di Tsong overbearingly pinches that delicate chin so it can't escape. "I already promised you that I won't take our son away. For that, you must become my wife. Also, the part about having one partner for a lifetime, I can give you that too. One partner for a lifetime, I can give you that too." Despite shaking in her fingers, Bai Yan's expression didn't change in the least, like the proud statement didn't affect her. Seeing this, Di Tsong loosened his hand and said, "It's fine if you don't accept me now, I can give you time. However, until then I will continue to make you pay for your debt." Raising her head, Bai Yan was just about to say something again when the man's lip came pressing down without her permission. Then in order to not let her escape, Di Tsong's arms quickly wrapped itself around her waist and back, forcing those sizable mounds to meet his body. The kiss was very long and deep, so long that Bai Yan had to forcefully bite that tongue before it would relent. "My dear Yan Yan, your lips are magical, you know that. I'm truly entranced by them that I can't even hold back anymore." Scram. Livid with anger, Bai Yan shouts this aloud. Did the man come here just to kiss me? Unlike his previous meetings, Di Tsong was surprisingly good this time. Using his fingers to comb through those long black hair, he then gently left a gentle kiss on her forehead. "You still owe me 6 kisses. Be good and wait for me to collect the rest." Shuddering at the gesture, Bai Yan was pretty much accustomed to being forced at this point. But to be treated so gently, this was definitely a first for her. Just as she wanted to speak out again, Di Tsong's figure was already gone, leaving nothing behind but the cool breeze of the night. Sudden tenderness. 3. By the time Bai Yan returned to the front yard, there were already 3 familiar figures waiting there. It was Lan Xiaoyun, Chu Yi, and her son. Naturally, Bai Xiachen would be the first to notice her arrival. But just as the little steam bun wanted to call out, he was stopped by a gesture from Bai Yan. "You just don't know how dastardly hateful that Bai Ji is. Not only does she often bully my cousin, she even dared to pretend to be Lord Tsong's fiancée." Fortunately, Lord Song didn't like her and locked her away. Puffing in her cheeks, Lan Xiaoyan would still gnash her teeth in anger at the mention. Like her newfound acquaintance, Chu Yi also gnashed her teeth at the topic, but not at Bai Ji though. Rather it's at Di Song's enchanting face. I've met him before, that Lord Song. He's indeed extremely handsome, but I don't like him. Why don't you like Lord Song? Blinking her eyes, Lan Xiaoyan couldn't quite understand where the hate was coming from because there are too many girls eyeing Di Song in the kingdom. Puckering her mouth in discontent, Chu Yi explains, the guy is so bad and he wants to chop off Bai Yan's hands. But in this world, only Lord Song can match my cousin. Who said that? Although my older brother isn't as handsomely seductive as Lord Song, but his character is many times better. Plus, Xiachen already promised me before that he will help my brother pursue Bai Yan. Jumping up urgently, Chu Yi turns to lift the little steam bun up in front of herself like a little puppy. Xiachen, you will help me, right? Not answering immediately, he first looked at Chu Yi, then back at the woman behind her. My mother is right behind you, I think you should ask her yourself instead. Stiffening up at the statement. I was only joking. Aye. Raising a smirk, Bai Yan somehow became frightfully intimidating despite not trying to do so. So you not going to be your brother's supporter anymore? Embarrassed by the fact that she's been pointed out, Chu Yi wittingly pulls the topic away with a puppy face and a quick embrace at Bai Yan's waist. Sister Yan, I know I'm wrong, so please don't send me away. I promise I won't try to persuade you into marrying my brother. Not getting the reception like she wanted, Chu Yi's look became increasingly miserable. You are my one and only sister, please don't be so cruel. I really don't want to go back to the Holy Land. They only know how to restrict my freedom. And why do they limit your freedom? Isn't it because if they don't, you will turn the Holy Land upside down with your plays? Still unmoved in her expression, Bai Yan only asked this. You really know you're wrong? Elated by the question, Chu Yi hurriedly nods to show her determination. There won't be a second chance. Loosening her expression, Bai Yan remains indifferent still while the other party was overjoyed. Chu Yi just knew it, only pleading would work with her sister here. Likewise, Lan Xiaoyan also exhaled a sigh of relief because she also found the new girl to be very pleasant to hang around with. Xiaoyan, did you not say your big brother is going to the palace to carry out the punishment? Making a slightly evil chuckle, I also want to see this palace. Bring me along? Di Song's Revenge 1. No. When she heard Chu Yi wishing to tag along, Bai Yan's face instantly went dark. You stay here, you can't go anywhere. With a confused look, Lan Xiaoyan, girl cousin, turns to the source. Cousin, my big brother will also enter the palace. Besides, it's not like we're going anywhere dangerous, only to carry out the punishment per your arrangement. I'm not afraid of her being in danger, I'm afraid of others being in danger. It's impossible for Chu Yi to be in danger, only others when in her presence. That's a fact, not a guess or assumption. Sister Yan, pitiful in her eyes, I promise I won't cause any trouble, so please? This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Suspicious in her look, Bai Yan carefully asked, would you light the entire palace on fire? Burn the entire palace? Twitching in the mouth, Lan Xiaoyan almost couldn't keep her laughter in. Isn't she being a bit exaggerated there? How could a single girl burn the entire palace? But unlike the young girl there, Bai Yan still hasn't forgotten about the last incident where her son and this Chu Yi teamed up together to burn her Shifus' entire treasure trove. Since then, Bai Yan had inexplicitly forbade Bai Xiachen from colluding with her ever again. I swear to the heaven that I won't burn the whole palace down. Raising 3 of her fingers, she didn't hesitate to make a vow. Good thing she did too because it worked. Xiaoyan, you take her then. Remember to watch over her though and keep her in your sight at all times. Finally loosening herself, Bai Yan relents in the end. Elated, Lan Xiaoyan confidently takes the helm. Don't worry cousin, I will definitely bring Yi back safely. With the assurance, Bai Yan can finally stop worrying so much and not say more. Giving herself a quick stretch, she then lazily marched towards the back again. Meanwhile back at the Bai house, a certain servant was carrying Bai Zheng Xiang into the estate with much difficulty. Husband, husband. Who turned you into this horrible state? Yu Rong exclaims with horror after seeing the sight and rushes over. Bai Tin. Unclear in his words, the man nevertheless manages to make out this name through it all. When hearing this, Yu Rong naturally became fuming. Bai Yen again. Why is that bitch always crossing our path? Quickly, go find an alchemist to see the housemaster. Not hesitating, Yu Rong first carried her husband into the bedroom before shouting this command out. It didn't take long after the servant left. When the old alchemist in which they called for arrives to see the terribly bruised-up man, even his already wrinkly forehead somehow manages to become even more tied up. Lord Bai's injury is very heavy. Even with a first or second-grade healing pill won't do here. Master, please cure my husband. Yu Rong painfully bites her lip. Alchemists had always been arrogant and prideful in their demeanor. Even though she herself was the mistress of the Bai house, it means nothing for her dignity while in the presence of someone like this. Combing through his long white beard, the old man confidently spoke. It's not impossible to cure your husband here, but we need a third-grade healing pill for his injury. What? Third-grade pill? Her voice nearly came out as a shriek. It's been said before many times, Bai Zhengxiang achieved his current state thanks to Lanyuez, Bai Yan's mother, dowry. Without a good business sense, plus everything has been squandered away over the years, the Bai house was pretty much an empty husk at this stage. Master Yu, the price of the medicine, a tad hesitant, Yu Rong nervously asked. Without changing, the old alchemist lays it out bluntly, 10 million gold. This? The woman almost couldn't keep her posture there. Originally she wanted to bargain over the price, but out of consideration for the Bai name, she can only suck it up and agree. If it becomes known the Bai house can't even afford a single third-grade pill, they will surely be the laughingstock of the century. I said I will wait for you, one. Yes, my lord. Pressing down his shock, the guard respectfully complied. For the Bai house to provoke the master, only death awaits. Meanwhile back at the courtyard, a certain red-blossoming figure was currently resting inside a pavilion when a heavy mass pressed in against hers. It was a little body. Soft and fragrant to her nose, Bai Yen had to open her resting eyes at the smell. Mother, Bai Xiaoqin's face burst into a bright smile with his baby hands hooked around the woman's neck. What were you thinking about? I was thinking about your grandchiefess. In this world, aside from Bai Xiao and the Lan family, her grandchiefess are the closest people she has while also being the ones she interacted with the most. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation, but don't mother miss Godfather too? Puffing up those cheeks, Bai Xiaoqin was obviously not very happy. He misses Godfather so much, so why was his mother not missing him too? Smiling at the question, Bai Yen pulls the little steam bun into her arms and explained, I miss him too, but I owe your Godfather way too much. In this life, I can never repay him for everything that he's done for me. Chu Yifang's style was the cold and indifferent type, but it's precisely such a cold and indifferent man that gave her everything that he owns. Sadly, towards the man, Bai Yen only has family affection and not love. While Bai Xiaoqin wanted to say a few good words for Chu Yifeng, a hurried footstep came from the outside and stopped him. Turning around at the source, Bai Yan's mouth quickly turned into a smile at the sight of the person. Hua Luo, is Yi and Xiaoyun back already? Mistress, coming before Bai Yen, this head of the flower brothel replied with a smile of her own. Guess what sort of notice I saw at the city gate just now? What notice? Bai Yen pricked her brow and asked. Lord Song has ordered. If Bai Zhengxiang wants to save Bai Ji, he must return your mother Lanyue's dowry. When stating this part, the charming woman carefully observed her mistress, seemingly trying to find something in her attempt. Yet, Bai Yan's expression remains unmoved without a speck of change. I understand. Surprised in her eyes, Hua Luo couldn't understand how Bai Yen could be so unmoved. Anyone can see that Lord Song was doing this for her sake. Hua Luo, you go down first. Once he returns, come back and tell me. Yes, mistress. Getting the dismissal, the charming woman didn't try to overstay herself and left. But once she was gone, Bai Yan's hand quickly tightened its grips around her son's body. Hey son, do you know why your father is doing this much for me? A complicated light could be seen in her eyes. I don't know, mother. Obediently leaning against her mother's body, those fluttering little eyes were sparkling like the dazzling stars in the night sky. Mother, I suddenly found that Big Baddie isn't all that hateful. Towards the remark from her son, Bai Yan only faintly smiled because she knew it too inside. If Di Tsang really wanted to get revenge for 6 years ago, he would have done so already. But he didn't do that. However, the reason why the man treats herself so special was all due to his personal preference of not finding her disgusting. Then there's also their son. In the end, he doesn't love me for who I am, so how can my heart be moved? Mother, are you not happy? Likely becoming aware of Bai Yan's change in emotion, the little steam bun quickly raised his adorable little face and snugged it against her cheek. If having a father will make mother unhappy, then I don't want a father. As long as I have mother, then that's enough. Bai Zaken is too cunning. I said I will wait for you. Closing her eyes with this sentence reverberating in the mind, Bai Yan was filled with turmoil. But I don't like you. No matter, you will sooner or later fall in love with me. The man's arrogance and self-conceited voice was more than enough to make her want to punch that face. She's seen a narcissist before, but never to this degree. How can he be so certain that I will fall in love with him? At the same time, not far away from the Tsang Manor, a certain little head had just popped out of an alleyway. This translation is only hosted on PA Translation. Little Master, do you really want to do this? Little Rice's heart was trembling incessantly. This? Can I keep out of this? No. Patting the tiger cub's head, did you forget how that baddie bullied mother? Now Little Rice really wanted to cry, but that baddie is your father. What's more, you even gave him permission to make more sisters with your mother. Likely able to guess what's on his friend's mind, Bai Xiachen quickly explains himself. That's just my excuse back there, otherwise how can I leave the mansion? And, pausing for a moment, you saw it too. I couldn't beat that baddie, nor can I allow him to keep harassing my mother. That's why I'm taking this risk. I thought you don't hate him as much. Aggrieved in his face, Little Rice protests. His young master here was Di Tsang's son, so nothing will happen even if he does something wrong, but that immunity didn't apply to Little Rice himself. Tied in his response, Bai Xiachen was clearly swaying back and forth here. I don't hate him as much, that's true, but he is still bullying mother. I may want a sister, but if I had to choose between a sister or mother, I pick my mother. No matter what, anyone who bullies his mother are all baddies. But Little Rice wanted to say more but found himself unable to when Bai Xiachen suddenly covered his mouth. Don't say any more. We're starting now. In a sneaky manner, the boy slowly advanced towards the targeted estate. Unfortunately for him though, due to Bai Xiachen's constant focus on his surroundings, he seems to have forgotten to look in front. Before he knew it, he had bumped face first into a stranger. While the baby boy only stumbled backwards a few steps, the victim here was rather unfortunate and directly took to the ground after losing her balance. You. The maiden who fell wanted to yell out at the one responsible, but when she saw it was Bai Xiachen himself, that young delicate face immediately erupted with anger. It's you. Blinking in confusion, the little steam bun replied, Auntie, do you know me? Who are you calling auntie? The young girl roared as soon as she regained her composure. I'm an unmarried princess in her prime. How dare you call me auntie? Princess? She's a princess of the kingdom? Hurry and scram. The sixth princess was clearly enraged by the kid's attitude. She had never expected to encounter Bai Yan's child here today. Originally, she only intended to sneak a peek before leaving because Di Tsang's terrifying aura had completely seeped into her bones. Auntie, I don't know how to scram. Why don't you show me how to do it first? Pink in the cheek, Bai Xiachen's gaze was so innocent and true that none can find fault in them. Shut up. Seriously annoyed by the fact that the little thing would constantly call herself auntie, left and right, the princess couldn't take it anymore. If you call me auntie again, then watch me rip out that mouth of yours. Take the fall, one, Little Rice. Stroking the tiger cub's head, Bai Xiachen was filled with innocence in his eyes as he spoke. Remember when mother told us not to talk with aunties in their menopause stage? She said their tempers are very erratic due to old age. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. The princess didn't quite understand what menopause meant, but she did catch the old part very clearly. Did this little twerp just call me an old auntie? What are you all still waiting for? Sixth princess roared, hurry and catch this little bastard for me. Despite the command, the guards that came with her were all hesitant because it's no secret this little ancestor was Di Tsong's son. Where would they find the gals to touch him? This translation is only hosted on Patranslation, Princess. One of the men slowly inched forward and shyly spoke. Lord Song had openly recognized his status. If we nab him and the king learns of this, perhaps, how dare you? Snapping, the princess directly slaps the guard across the face and became all twisted in her expression. Don't forget who your master is. Fine, if none of you will move then I will do it myself. Let's see if this thing will keep being presumptuous in front of me. If it was in the past, the sixth princess would never dare go against Di Tsong. But now, her heart has been filled with jealousy, thus causing her to lose all senses of reasoning. If anyone were to see those eyes in the girl, they might even mistake it as someone having their entire family killed. And here I was wondering how good Bai Yan's son was. Turns out it's nothing but a brat that doesn't know his manners. I really don't know why Lord Song would allow a wild child like you to be his son. Pinching his lips to the side unhappily, Bai Shachen just knew it's his old man's fault. Auntie wants to marry my father? Giggling with a sinister light in his eyes, then I'm not wrong to call you auntie then. It can't be that you want me to call you sister now, do you? You. Slightly taken aback here, the princess somehow couldn't understand why the laugh from the little guy was so evil. It's almost like a little devil. In her momentary trance, Bai Shachen had already came in front of the girl. With one stretch and one push, the baby boy had managed to force the princess back several steps. Nearly tipping over, the girl was infuriated and wanted to catch the twerp. I'm going to kill you. But just as the princess was about to make contact, Bai Shachen makes a strange maneuver and bypasses the girl's hand, leaving her stumbling over completely in front. With her hair a total mess, the girl was truly a crazed animal in her appearance now. Damn it. How can I, an Earth-rank martialist, lose to a brat that's barely weaned from her mother's milk? This won't do. I must teach this runt a lesson, or I can never hold up my face again. What is happening here? Who's making a ruckus outside? A fierce voice suddenly broke through the chaotic mess. As a pack of soldiers rushed out of the Tsong Manor to investigate, the leading soldier immediately recognized the innocent boy and the raving princess. In that instant, the man almost couldn't comprehend the information. Young Lord, sixth princess, what are you all doing here? His master had already admitted Bai Shachen's identity. Although the matter still hasn't been registered in the books yet, but it's pretty much set in stone. Take the fall, too. Therefore his addressment of young lord wasn't wrong here. All of you grab this little thing for me. Red in her eyes, the sixth princess was very confused over why she missed. She's certain she had used her full speed there. Princess, he is still a child. Struggling in their faces, the soldiers that just came out were all fully aware of the boy's status. What's more, Di Tsong had directly instructed them to put Bai Shachen ahead of anyone, including royalty. If this situation continues and allowed the princess here to bully the little guy, the guards had no illusion their ending won't be any better than the bratty girl. I don't care. All of you must get even for me. Giving a direct kick at one of the soldiers, she continued, Don't forget, my father only tasked you people to watch over Lord Song. In the end, my father the king is your true master. This translation is only hosted on Patranslation. The soldier in question was already looking very ugly in his face to begin with, then to have his chest kicked so hard, his expression promptly turned ghastly. Princess, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Since His Majesty had given us to Lord Song, it's only proper that we protect the young lord in the critical moment. All right, fine, then I will keep doing it myself then. Gritting her teeth, the princess then jerked her whip out. In one swing, she lashes out at the baby boy across from her. Fortunately though, just as the whip's about to land, Bai Shachen suddenly raises a hand to scratch his head and narrowly escape the trajectory due to the tilted angle of his body. The first time can still be a coincidence, then what about this time? A coincidence still? The soldiers from the Tsang Manor were all scared silly by the princess's action. They can tell, if it had landed, the attack would have without a doubt left a scar on that cuddly face and forced the boy to become disfigured. If the Lord returns and finds out, we're finished. 6 Princess, we're sorry. Signaling his peers with a wink, the leading soldier led the way with the others quickly following suit in an encircling formation. Uncle Soldier. Just as the soldiers were about to start subduing the bratty princess, a soft and delicate voice chimed in from behind. A tad surprised, the man in question quickly turns around. Finding it was his young lord with the white kitty, he respectfully bowed and asked, "Is there something you need, young master?" This big auntie must be still young in her age, that's why she's so ignorant. I don't want to make trouble, so you can let her go. By now a crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside the Tsang Manor, wondering what the big commotion was. Therefore, when they heard Bai Shachen's kind sentence, their eyes all turned into disgust and shot over to the princess. Young age? What young? This kid being bullied is but 5 years old. On the contrary, the 6th princess is already considered an adult. Yes, young master. The soldiers were honestly relieved to hear the order from the boy. They personally don't want to make a move against the princess either, but in order to keep Di Tsang from hammering down his fury, they had no choice but to go ahead. With the young lord's order, even if they do release the girl, it's not their fault anymore. Just you wait and see. Swiftly reorganizing her messy hair, the 6th princess sent one last glare at the baby boy before charging right through the crowd. With the instigator of the event gone, so did the onlookers. While the soldiers from the Tsang Manor wanted to play escort with Bai Shachen, they were firmly rejected and driven away by him. Don't joke around. If these soldiers were to tag around, what else can he do? Little master, say it, what are you planning again? After all the people were gone and out of sight, Little Rice asked inattentively while grooming his fur. If the boy wasn't planning something against the princess, there's no way she would have made it out of here unscathed. That's the sort of personality the baby tiger came to expect of the boy. Little Rice, look, I got this from the bad auntie. Return the dowry, 3. Is that right? Bai Yen throws a skeptic eye at Di Tsang's lower half. If he never had a reaction before, then what changed? I didn't even do anything. Noticing the wicked gaze from the devilish woman, Di Tsang's smile only got rosier. Now that you know so much, it's imperative that I don't let you go. In response, Bai Yan's face went dark. But it's you who told me everything. I don't care. I just know you are in on my secrets, so you have to stay by my side. Then I'm regretting asking you these questions. It's too late for that. Grinning, as if you can dump me so easily, you unlucky woman. Fine, if you really want to marry me, then you have to promise that you can't go from my bed until we are bonded. Otherwise, I will rather die than to accept you in the future. Contemplating the idea for a moment, Di Tsang finally replied, Very well, I promise you. He's already waited 6 years, another while won't make a difference here. But when the time does come though, Di Tsang swears by his name that he will make her unable to leave the bed for 3 days straight. I'll go get someone to prepare the room for you. Bai Yen grits her teeth. Once your place is repaired, you are moving back. I'm all right with that. Without hesitation, the man answers on the spot. Repaired? Ho ho, that's only if it ever gets fixed. Slowly relaxing, Bai Yen had in fact lied here. When given enough time, she will use the opportunity to run with her son. It's not early anymore, so I'm going to rest. You serve yourself. After stating this, she swiftly rushed away, afraid the man would suddenly pounce at her again. Watching that departing back, Di Tsang's smile somehow manages to become even more enchanting. It seems it's time for me to get married. Compared to the tranquility on this side, the Bai house on the other hand was in utter chaos. First was Di Tsang announcing to the world that they must return the dowry in order to save Bai Ji. Then came the news that their youngest daughter was currently taking customers at the flower brothel. Despite their swift response to go investigate in person, none of the Bai family members could get inside the establishment. To add insult to the injury, the flower brothel wouldn't even recognize they had seized the girl. With no evidence and no way to confirm if the news was true, their only recourse was to check the prison. However, their efforts also hit a brick wall on this front. The only answer they got from the prison guards were "You are mistaken, your daughter is still inside the cell." In the end, Yu Rong and Bai Zhengxiang can only cave in and submit to Di Tsang's demand. The wife ran to the palace to retrieve the accessories she's given away over the years while the husband pressured his subordinate powers a second time to gather the funds. For a time, the entire nation was ran over with grief and anger. Some had even turned around to seek refuge under the Lawn House. No matter how powerful a force was, if they lose the support of those below, it's an eventuality that another similar power would overtake the first. Bai Zhengxiang knew at least this much, but he can't be too picky at this point. By the time the dowries were cobbled together, another month had passed. I will go match the dowries here with the list at the office. If even one thing is missing, I will have you puke it back out. Bai Yen coldly stares down at the red-eyed man that's supposed to be her father. Bai Yen, are you really going to go this far to completely disregard our father and daughter bond? The man's eye was full of anger. Tell me honestly, was it you who had Di Tsang persecute us? Lowering her teacup, Bai Yen only scoffed a laugh. Whether it's me or not, the fact remains that these belong to me. And this is just the first step. Don't forget, everything that you have today is the result of my mother being overly infatuated with you. Or do you think those Dan pills are without consequences? The man sneered. I've already returned what needs to be returned, and the pills are already consumed by me. Do you expect me to spit them back out? I won't have you spit them back out. Bai Yen paused, letting her dreadful smile take hold. But I can have your strength revert back to the stage where you never ate the pills. Threat 1. Bai Zhengxiang shuddered at the statement because he's got the strange feeling that this girl would surely carry out her threat today. Bai Yen, I'm your father. Tightly clenching those fists, his eyes burned with rage. Must you push us over the edge? If you don't want to let your strength revert back to before, then return the pills in which my mother gave you. From the day she returned to this place, Bai Yen had already made the decision to take back everything that once belonged to her mother. No more, no less. Bai Zhengxiang's eyes were full of mockery. I originally didn't want to go too far based on our relationship, but now that you are willing to ignore the bond between us, then don't blame me. Pricking her brow. Can it be, this man still has something in his hands that can threaten me? I know what you've been doing recently. Bai Zhengxiang's expression turned cold. The reason why you can be so arrogant is because of the flower brothel's backing. Otherwise, where would you find the courage to make so much clamor in front of me? This translation is only hosted on Translation. Laughing hard in her stomach, Bai Yen had trouble keeping herself from breaking into tears. Oh, isn't that ironic? There's some people here who can't even get in touch with the flower brothel when they try. Leaning leisurely on the chair, a gorgeous smile arose from her face. Prior to this, Bai Zhengxiang had tried several times to make a visit to this old manor after learning it belongs to the flower brothel. Unfortunately for him, the guards would drive him away at every turn, let alone let him step inside. If not for this case, Bai Yen would never allow such an evil-hearted man to come here. Bai Zhengxiang's face sank. Bai Yen, you finally admits it, eh? Admit what? Asked Bai Yen, her eyes confused. Admit that you are the leading prostitute of the flower brothel. Sad in his face, Bai Zhengxiang looked exactly like a father that's disappointed over his daughter's lost way. Bai Yen was dumbfounded here. Leading prostitute? And it's me who admitted it? How come I didn't know about this? Without paying heed to the strange frowning expression on his daughter's face, Bai Zhengxiang continues on with his ignorant ramble. I know back then it was Yu Rong who wronged you, but you are not a good person either. Otherwise, how can you become the leading prostitute inside the flower brothel in merely 5 years? If Lord Song were to learn of this matter, what would he think of you? Would he still marry you? Not getting angry, Bai Yen instead broke out into a fitting laugh. And who is it that told you this? You don't need to know who told me this, you just need to know I now control your deepest secret. His eyes gloomy as he states this. I originally wanted to keep this secret hidden away because of our bond, but now that you won't let the Bai house go, it's only fair I turn this around. Likewise, I won't let you or the lawn house go. Watching the beaming confidence in the man's eye, Bai Yan's interest was honestly piqued here. So what is it that you want? She's not going to waste words here. Even if she denies the accusation, it's a certainty this dumb man will keep pushing the idea. If that's the case, she might as well pry out whatever plans he has in mind. I have already brought back Lan Yue's dowry, but I will also take them back with me in a bit. When the time comes, you can just tell Lord Song that you've received them. From the very beginning, he had never intended to return these dowries. The reasoning for why he had gathered everything was mainly because of Di Song's men watching his every move. But whether or not Bai Yan really accepted these dowries were another matter. That's something out of Lord Song's control. Sneering, Bai Yan's gaze was full of ridicule. And why should I do as you wish? Because I know you are the leading prostitute of the flower brothel, that's why. Pompous in his posture, he confidently raises his chin. In addition, I also want you to tell Lord Song that the one from 6 years ago is your sister Ji and not you. Stealing the Dan pill? 3. Someone that doesn't put the interest of the Bai family ahead of everyone else doesn't deserve to be my son. Those from the Lan family aren't good people either. When Di Song came to force us to return the dowry, none of them even came forward to say a single word. If even one of them said something, would Di Song still insist on the matter? Gritting his teeth, Bai Zhengxiang's gaze turned exceptionally sharp. Raising a slight smirk, this was exactly what Yu Rong wanted to see. So long as her husband remains on her side, there's nothing to fear anymore from Bai Yan's end. This includes what happened in the past, it no longer matters anymore. Wife, you go rest first while I go pick up our daughter from the prison. Be sure to watch your body during this critical time. At the mention, the man's heart instantly started to hurt. Ji's been inside the prison for so long, I bet she must have suffered a lot. I just hope her face isn't harmed in any way, otherwise that's a big loss. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation, first giving a couple of instructions to the servant girls to care for his wife. Bai Zhengxiang then hurriedly ran off to the prison. Unfortunately for him, due to the lack of people to receive him, he can only wait outside the main door for someone to come out. This lasted from last night's evening to the very next morning. Lord Bai, why are you waiting here? The prison guard exclaimed as soon as he saw the panda-eyed man standing there. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, Bai Zhengxiang had to try extremely hard to suppress his anger at the question. Lord Song said as soon as I return the dowries, he will release my daughter Bai Ji. I've done as he asked, so I'm here to pick up my daughter. Now the prison guard was even more astonished in his eyes. But Lord Bai Ji had already been released a while ago. Did you not know? What? Why did I not know, and why did no one from home come inform me? It can't be. I wasted the entire night waiting? Not looking good at all in his complexion, Bai Zhengxiang didn't utter another word. Instead, he promptly turned for the direction in which he came. And of course, there's no way he would be able to know that Bai Ji had in fact just been released from the flower brothel after being forced to take on the last customer. By the time he returned to his home, he just so happens to bump into the dispirited Bai Ji making her own way home from the opposite direction. Father! At the sight of her old man, Bai Ji's pent-up humiliation all came pouring out in one flow. Unable to keep her body upright, she loses her footing and fell forward to the ground with tears seeping out of her eyes. Ji! Screaming out this name in horror, Bai Zhengxiang rushes up to catch his daughter. What happened to you? How did you become like this? Bruised all over with her clothes in tatters, Bai Ji appeared absolutely horrible due to how pale her complexion looked. My daughter, I heard people say you've been abducted into the flower brothel. Tell me, is it Bai Yan who's behind it? Shuddering at the question, Bai Ji bites her lip before meekly responding, Father, I was inside the prison the entire time, not at the flower brothel. How can she possibly let anyone know about her horrific experience? Even if it's her own father, there's no way she can let anyone know. Otherwise, this man will surely abandon her too after learning she's of no value. Just recalling that nightmarish experience again, Bai Ji instantly became overwhelmed with weakness and closed her eyes in hope of forgetting it. Compared to the flower brothel, she would have preferred the punishment from the prison. Though the torturing sessions were painful, at the very least she would have remained intact. At the flower brothel, she could barely rest because of all the sickening men she had to serve. Then at night, that's when the true nightmares began. There were no ends to the things she was forced to do and take from the special parties organized just for her. In short, she's done things she never thought possible with her body. Whether it be inside or outside, something has definitely been broken. It's great that you weren't at the flower brothel. Bai Zhengxiang was definitely relieved to hear this. Only people like Bai Yan would sell herself to such an establishment. Such a place, it's better to die than to fall that low. Stealing the Dan pill? 4. Although Bai Zhengxiang wanted to send Bai Ji to Ditsong's side, but never once did he intend to have his daughter service another man to achieve this goal. In his view, whether it be pre-marriage or after marriage, any women who loses their virginity or go out to cheat can only die for repentance. Father, did you say Bai Yan and the flower brothel are related? Holding her breath, Bai Ji forces herself to blurt this question out using that remaining strength in her vocals. A frosty chill flashed across the man's iris. Bai Yan is the leading prostitute of the flower brothel. This is already a well-known fact. That girl really is Lan Yue's daughter. If not for her mother's good personality and wealth, I never would have married that woman back then. Lan Yue was known as the kingdom's #1 beauty. Both virtuous and kind, any normal man would have prized such a wife. But in Bai Zhengxiang's heart, there's a blemish that can never be removed. This translation is only hosted on Cat Translation. Prior to their meeting, the dowager had always wanted Lan Yue to marry into the palace that even the king himself had once intended to make the woman his queen. Though Lan Yue in the end rejected the proposal, this man here still held the matter to heart and never once forgave the supposed betrayal. Due to Bai Zhengxiang's own anger, no one was able to notice the hatred spewing out of the girl's eye in this moment. Bai Yan. It is Bai Yan. It must be her. The reason why I was taken to the flower brothel and forced to go through that nightmarish hell. I will never let you go, Bai Yan. Daughter, you first rest and look after your wounds. Looking at all the injuries and bruises on her daughter's body, Bai Zhengxiang's brow inexplicably curled into a knot. We must remove these scars, otherwise, this will be a great shortcoming when you marry into the Tsang Manor. Tsang Manor? Stunned by her father's word, she depressingly lowered her head. Father, how can I enter the Tsang Manor when Lord Tsang treats me like this? You don't need to worry about this matter, I have a way. All you need to do now is to look after yourself and wait for Lord Tsang to marry you. Raising a smile of confidence, he firmly reassures his daughter. Sure enough, a flicker of hope once again ignited in the girl's eye as a result of this. In her mind, so long as she can marry that man, she's willing to do anything. Undoubtedly, whatever plan Bai Zhengxiang had in mind was perfect. Pity though, before he could enact his scheme, another problem arose out of nowhere which causes him to regret for the rest of his life. On this day, Yu Rong's elder brother, Yu Fei, and his family had just arrived at the city when they came across an incident on the street. A youth had just lost consciousness and the one tending to the patient was none other than Bai Xiao. This should have been nothing too eye-catching, but Bai Xiao just had to bring out a Dan pill to help the youth after normal means didn't work. When Yu Fei saw that round beady object in the boy's hand, his eyes nearly popped out as a result of the shock. Without thinking twice, he slashed out with his sword at the boy's hand. If it were normally, this slash wouldn't be able to harm Bai Xiao. Unfortunately in this case, due to the boy's focus being entirely on the unconscious youth, he was unable to notice the attack until it was too late. As for those tasked with protecting the young lord, these hidden guardians were literally scared out of their wits. Due to the abrupt nature, plus how close the proximity it was, the best these people could do was resolve some of the power in that slash and deflect the trajectory so slightly. In the end, blood came spewing out of Bai Zhao's hand due to the bone-piercing cut. Sir Xiao. While one of the hidden shadows swiftly lands to tend to the boy, the other shadow made a dash for Bai Yan's place to report this. Stealing the Dan pill? 5. I'm okay, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Give him the Dan pill first, he's an acquaintance of mine. Yes, Sir Xiao. Following the affirmation, the man swiftly ran over to the unconscious youth's side. At the sight of his actions, Yu Fei's eye had gone red with fury. Stop! That is our Bai House's stuff, meaning it's my sister's belonging. Who gave you permission to use it on an outsider? How can Bai Xiao have a Dan pill? It must be stolen property. And even if he did obtain it with his own ability, he's a son of the Bai family, making his possession my sister's. Such good medicine, based on what can he give it to an outsider? If he's going to give it to an outsider, he might as well give it to me. Of course, this last sentence was the real reason why he wanted the pill. Father, that's a Dan pill, I want it. This translation is only hosted on Translation. The juvenile beside Yu Fei tugs at his father's sleeve, all the while staring intently at the beady object in the guard's hand. Father, Bai Xiao, this bastard must have stolen a lot of Dan pills from the Bai house. I want them, I want them. A young girl also came out from behind and started shouting this demand. Father, on what qualification does he deserves those pills? It should be us, not this bastard. Hearing the words from this pair of brother and sister, Yu Fei's face also softened. All right, I will get them for you too in a bit, don't worry. Apparently this man and his children had no qualms about taking other people's stuff. Even so, the guards simply ignored him and stuffed the pill into the youth's mouth. How dare you? Yu Fei grew furious. You are but a dog of our Bai house. How dare you take what is ours and give it to an outsider? Just wait, once I let my brother-in-law knows about this, I will have him beat you to death. Since the man was willing to take orders from Bai Xiao, he assumed it's safe to believe this guard was also working for the Bai house. Hearing Yu Fei's words, the man's face immediately turned cold. No matter what, he's still a sky-class martialist, a being that would be looked on in awe no matter where he went. To think he would be called a dog here. Even if the chief of the Bai house were to stand in front of me, he would not dare be so presumptuous in my presence. The man known as the left guardian to his peers makes an ironic sneer, holding the other side in contempt with those eyes. Hearing this, Yu Fei instantly broke out into a laughing fit. You're but a little guard, how dare you put on a face in front of me? Against an insect like you, all I need to do is flex a finger and I can easily squash you. Left Guardian's expression was full of ridicule. Why is it that anyone remotely related to Bai Zhengxiang are always like this, like to seek their own death? Sorry, but I haven't fallen so low that I need to move my own hands to deal with you. Bang. As soon as these words came out, Yu Fei's body instantly flew out into the crowd like he's been pummeled in the chest with a giant fist. Who attacked me? Crawling up with rage in his eyes, Yu Fei's expression was very ugly right now. As for the man standing in front of Bai Xiao, he didn't even have him in his eyes. In this foolish man's view, if anyone had such great strength, they would already have left the Bai house and went to work under the royal family or some other similar power. Brother! It was at this moment a hurried voice broke through the air from the back. When the crowd turned around to look for the source, what came into view was Bai Zhengxiang and Yu Rong rushing over with their people. The strong robs the weak, one. Yu Rong's face froze, her eyes widening in shock. What? It's not some spirit pill but some medicinal healing pill? This bastard set me up. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhengxiang also understood what's going on. He turned around to face the boy, his eyes filled with anger. Oh Bai Xiao, when did you become so deceitful like your sister? I don't care whether the pill in your hand is a spirit pill or a healing pill. As long as you are my son, then you must hand over your possessions to me for safekeeping. Looking at Bai Zhengxiang's righteous appearance, Bai Xiao tightens his lip at the sight. All of a sudden, an indescribable fatigue overtook his body. For so many years, he's been patient because he didn't want to lose everything that his mother so painstakingly worked for to be destroyed. This way, he will have the necessary power to back his sister in the future. That was his plan. This translation is only hosted on Translation, but now, he understands that with the shamelessness of these people, the Bai house will be destroyed before it reaches his hand. I, Bai Xiao, am fatherless and motherless. In this world, I only have one sister and a nephew. Based on what can unrelated people like you ask me of my possession? Damn you! Bai Zhengxiang roars out, scolding his son in full force. Is it Bai Yan, that unfilial girl, who instilled these thoughts into your head? You used to be so good, but now that your sister is back, You suddenly became so disobedient. Husband, don't be angry, let me have a talk with him first. Seeing how more and more people were gathering with no end in sight, Yurong knew things cannot continue like this. Hurrying over to her husband's side, she attempts to soothe that puffing chest with her stroke. Bai Xiao, you are a son of the Bai house, that makes you forever part of the family. In order to not let others deceive you, we have the obligation to look after your possessions. If there's so much Dan pill on Bai Xiao's body, how can they let him go? If they are not careful here, it might just fall into that bitch Bai Yan's hand. That's pretty much what's going through the woman's head anyways. There is nothing wrong with Madame Bai's request. As his parent, they are in their right to look after his finances and possession. Even if they did wrong him, that doesn't change the fact. Bai Xiao isn't his sister. Bai Yan may have been driven out of the family by her father, but the boy's name is still hanging in the clan hall. He cannot swallow these valuables. Like thorns, the discussion from the crowd directly pierced into his heart, hurting him to the point where his expression had transformed into the winter storm. Right now, never had he wished so hard that he's not a part of the Bai family. If that was the case, none of these problems would occur. You people want the Dan pills? Suddenly out of nowhere, Bai Xiao started laughing hysterically. Towards this strange behavior, Yurong somehow felt a chill running down her spine that she can't explain. Even if destroy them, I will never give them to such beasts like you people. What did you say? Yurong widened her eyes. Based on what can you destroy my Bai family's stuff? Based on what? Based on the fact that these are all given to me by my sister. She's no longer part of the Bai family, making these pills unrelated to any of you. Boom. I can't do anything if you keep saying I'm a son of the Bai house. Then what about my sister? She was openly expelled by you people, now you got nothing to say, right? Bai Yan. Yurong snickered at the statement. She's nothing but a leading prostitute at the flower brothel. How can she possibly get her hands on such valuables? Are you taking me for a fool? Though the name included the word leading, but in the end, such an entity was nothing more than woman that's ridden by any men who can pay the price. An existence of the lowest level.